Hello everybody and welcome to Vray for Beginners Architecture Edition. In this course we're going to teach you how to do architecture visualization from start to finish in Vray, and on the way we're going to touch upon smaller subjects. And why do I say we? It's gonna be me. It's me. I'm Gediminas, by the way. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm going to teach you small little bits and pieces that might fall slightly away from architecture visualization, but might still be useful. But the main focus is going to be how do you create an architecture visualization ArchViz project from start to finish. Okay, let's get started. So the first thing about Vray is, once you have it installed in Rhino, is you're going to be presented with a bunch of menus. Here, like you'll see a bunch of tables just floating in your scene. The only table that you want to see is called Vray Compact. This one right here, that you should simply dock, well, wherever you want. I prefer to have it here, right? So that's the first thing. Second thing is, when you're just a general note, when you're dealing with visualization, you want your scene, your file, to be as clean as possible. What I mean by that is your layer management. That's very important. So notice how here I have all of my elements in separate layers. Let me just hide the roof, for instance, so that you can see inside. And each layer corresponds to its own little material that later we will be creating. So for instance, all of the glass elements will be placed in the Windows glass layer right here. In doing so, applying materials becomes very simple and very fast, and that's what you want, right? So make sure that your file is kind of clean and set up in a way of that all of the materials that belong to all of the objects that should share a material are in the same layer. If you want this file that you see here in the on my screen, then consider supporting the channel. If you help out the channel with $10 or more over Patreon, then you get every single file that has been created in the channel for free, right? There is a whole list of files: Grasshopper, 3D models, blah blah blah. This one being one of them. So link in the video description. With that being said, I think we should kind of start talking about the overall setup, right? And the overall process. So the first thing that you want to do is light, right? You want to set up the lighting. We're gonna start with exterior, by the way. Only later will we dive into interior. So you want to set up the lighting. Once you have the lighting down, you want to get the camera angles. Once the camera angles are set and the lighting is done, only then do you start dealing with materials. Once materials are done, then you start adding additional, objects, additional assets such as trees, bushes, benches, rocks, and whatever, right? And last thing is effects. That's the typical exterior architecture visualization workflow. So we start with light. And in doing so, what we must first do is actually not create a light condition, but override all of the materials to be the same, right? Are you with me so far? All of these materials need to be gray. So you don't do that in the layers, no, you do that in the Vray settings. And slowly over the time of this course, I will be uncovering more and more of these icons and what they do. But for now, let's click on the most important one, that's called Vray Asset Editor. This one right here. Click on that. Bam, this menu pops up. If this menu doesn't pop up, then here it might say that you need to set your Vray to be your active render engine, and you do that by going to Render, Current Render, Vray for Rhino, choosing that. Okay, with this done, you can see here that Vray Asset Editor has 5 icons here: the settings icon, the render icon, and the viewport or frame buffer icon right here. Let's go through them one by one. The first one is materials. Currently, I have no materials in my V-Ray scene, right? So this one is grayed out. If I click on it, it doesn't open up, rather it asks me, okay, you need to create at least one material. What kind of material would you like to create? For now, we're keeping this empty. We're not going to be creating, but just keep in mind that all of your materials will be listed right here. Second one is lights. So if I click on this, you can see that it now filters all of my assets, everything that I have in the scene according to the lights. And they all belong in for this untagged label. I could create a new label, but let's go step by step. The only light that you currently have in your V-Ray scene is Rhino document sun, and this icon right here that is dark gray means that your Rhino document sun is turned off. So the only light that you have in the scene is off. So what then happens if I press render, which is, by the way, this button right here? And before we press render, before you do that, or actually let me do that, press render. What's the worst that can happen, right? With me recording and not changing any settings. So as I press render, it should start actually rendering. Hello? Is it on my second monitor? It is, isn't it? Please. Once you press render, the actual frame buffer window pops up, which shows you the rendered object. And in my case, since I have my kind of materials synchronized with the layer colors here, these are Rhino materials, by the way, not V-Ray materials. Very important distinction. These ones you don't care about. These ones are not going to be the ones that you use. You will be using materials that belong to V-Ray because those are much better. So we ignore those, but you can see that it's colorful, well, according to layers, right? But also there is light in my scene that comes from somewhere, and I don't know where. I will talk about V-Ray frame buffer a little bit later in just a second, but first of all, figuring out where the light is coming from. That needs to be done first. So here, with my sunlight turned off, I need to investigate. If we go to our settings tab right here, settings, and we find the tab called, oh, by the way, this one, you don't see it just yet. And we find the tab called environment. Under environment, you see this background sub tab or yeah, the background portion, where it has a texture. This checkbox icon here, the blue one, means that there is a texture that is applied to the background. Okay, if we click this, then this environment texture opens up. We basically are opening the texture, asking what's the texture that's used for the background. This weird ass looking texture opens up that shows some sort of a, white spots. Okay, what are these white spots? Let me actually try to look at this from further away. Press the render button. Doesn't matter which one you press. And I can see that, oh wait, there is some sort of a white spot here and white spot here. Well, this texture is being taken and is being spherically, like a sphere, wrapped around your whole universe or the whole sky, right, of your scene. And that texture produces light, right? So the white spots actually shine light. So you don't want that. You want to get rid of that as fast as possible. So we go back to settings, and where we see the background, we actually right click on this texture and we choose to clear, right? So that our background is now, since it doesn't have a texture, it's going to be using a color that is given to it here, and the color is black. So I just press the render button, and if I check the render, It's pure black, right? There's no light, so it's just black. If you want to experiment with this a little bit, you can change the background color to, let's say, red, just to see how it renders. Right? That's with a pure red color. Change it back to black. Okay, so now when we know for sure that there are 0 lights in our scene, now it's time to actually create lights. There are two ways of how you can create lighting, and then once we're done with those, I will show you the experimentation, a tool that is used to experiment with creating lighting. Way number 1 is by creating or by using, I'm now back in my light tab in my Vray asset editor, is by using rhino.inside. That's way number 1. So how do you enable rhino.inside? By the way, this small little icon here, you can see that I'm clicking on, that opens the flap on the right hand side. Important. That's important to note. Also, there is a left hand side portion which basically says materials are now can be found in Chaos Cosmos rather than here. So before the materials were located here, the material library was located here. Now they were migrated to another place. So we don't really care about flap on the left. We do care about flap on the right. Water. Very good. So how do you turn on Rhino document sun? Well, you either click on this icon right here, bam, now it's highlighted, it's turned on, or you click on this little lever right here. Not lever right here. You click on that, now the sun will shine. If I zoom back, zoom back to my building, I press the render button, bam, there we go. You can see very sharp shadow from the sun. It's very ugly, I ain't gonna lie, it's very ugly. So let's change a few settings before we proceed, right? Because I don't like the colors. I think the colors are too ugly. So let's change that. I will go to settings here, and I'll choose this material override option right here. I'll enable it. Again, the lever, this one. What material override does, it basically takes every material that there is in the scene and it just changes it with this color. So if I press render now, well, everything's a little bit too bright, but also everything is a single color, right? Unfortunately, all we see is just the crappy shadow right now. So we need to tone down the light. You never, ever, almost never, okay. You almost never, ever tone down the intensity of the sun. Here you never play with that, and you never play the intensity is also here. These two are the same number, right? So you never do like, oh, this is too bright, 0.1 please, and then you render, right? You never do that, because even though this works, it will mess you up in terms of how you counterbalance different lights. So don't do that. It's not gonna be physically accurate anymore. Keep this at 1 at all times. Rather, go to your settings, go to camera, and play with the exposure value. Later I'm gonna show you the more advanced camera parameters right here, but for now we will just play with exposure value. Okay, at this point, well, we are pressing that render button quite a lot, right? So instead of doing that, what you can do is you can click this little triangle here and click on the teacup with a play sign. What this will do is it will constantly render the scene in the frame buffer, and all of the changes that you make will be shown in real time. So if I press this, now it's being rendered, right? But now if I change my exposure to 9, well, sorry, it needs to be bigger, to 11, you can see it's a little bit darker. Okay, 12. A little bit darker. Okay, 14. Yeah, there we go. 14. So exposure value of 14 seems to do the trick. I think 15 maybe? 14 and a half. 14 and a half will be fine. Okay. So that's how you constantly render, right? Let's stop the render just for a second, and I will talk to you about render engines, different render engines that Vray has. So I really want to drink. So by default, the render engine is set to CPU. That means your processor is handling the rendering. And if I take a look at what I have in terms of processing, I have a 10th generation i7 processor with X amount of cores, doesn't matter, right? In terms of performance, most of the processors that you can get your hands on will be much weaker than the GPU, and I'm using RTX 3080, right? So now if I want to use the GPU, rather the graphics card rather than the processor, which means that graphics card is just much better at graphics. If I want to use that, I need to choose either CUDA or RTX. If you're using an old graphics card, old meaning anything that doesn't have an RTX in its name, GTX 1080, GTX 1070, GTX 970. If you're using one of those, then use CUDA. If you're using anything that if your graphics card has a name of RTX, or on your laptop you will see a sticker that says RTX, if that's the case, then choose RTX right here. Once you press render again, you'll notice that it will take a little bit of time the first time it starts rendering. Compiling, here it says compiling optics kernels for device NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080. It's basically what it's doing, it's starting it up, right? It's getting the cores, the calculation ready for calculation. Cores ready for calculation. What am I saying? Okay, once that is done, you can see how much faster, if I now move around, how much faster the updating is, right? So this is very snappy. Okay, with this done, with RTX selected, I can continue playing or working. We are not playing, we're working with the scene. So right now you will notice that we are in the moon. We are in the moon. There is no, the shadow is just black. There is no atmosphere. The only thing that we're missing are stars here. And then we would definitely be on the moon. What's up with that? Well, I already told you, there's no atmosphere. There's nothing that bounces light in our scene, right? So the light just goes into the earth or the building, bounces off from it, and just goes into the void, the nothingness. But on Earth, you have the ozone layer, the shroud, and the light just kind of gets trapped in the ozone layer. That's why the sky is blue, right? Because the light is just constantly bouncing around and it's glowing blue. That's the nature of ozone. Okay, so how do you make it blue? Well, we need to go back to our background environment. Background right here. You need to select the background to use a specific texture that will react to the position of where your sun is in the sky to create blah, 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 to create the blue gradient, the pretty blue gradient. So we will go to our background. We'll click on this little texture icon here, and we will choose sky. Sky right here. You click on that. Bam. Easy. We have ourselves a sky, and if I try hard enough, I will manage to find where the sun is. There we go. There's the sun, right? In the sky. Very nice. And now our shadow is not black, completely black anymore. It's much more natural. Everything looks much more natural. That's what we want. Okay, with this done, we are almost finished with the first version of how you set up the sky. I will show you a few more tips and tricks of how you can work with it. Let's make sure that you see. Let's do something like that. By the way, you can hide these by just grabbing them and dragging them to the left or to the right, and this one to the left, to just get a little bit more screen area for this. Okay, so your sun settings, by the way, in terms of your sky settings, you don't really change much. You don't need to change much, but for your sun settings, there are things that you can change. So in terms of intensity, I already told you that don't change anything. In terms of color, you can add a color, what's the word? Filter. You can add the color filter on top. So for instance, if I want to filter everything through green, I can, right? So it's as if you're taking like a filter to your camera that's green. Let's not. Instead, for color mode, sometimes, especially if you're dealing with, oh, by the way, these two handles, this is how low the sun is, right? And this is its position and, north, east, south, west, like that. Let me bring it back here. So the lower the sun is, of course, the more orange it becomes. I can even make this even lower, like 5 degrees, super orange. And then instead of a filter, you could use override. The override color mode will make the sun just white. Just forces the sun into this kind of a white color. It's still for some reason a little bit yellow. I think that, that's because of the sky. That the sky gives an indirect illumination of yellow, but the sunlight itself is not orange anymore, right? So this is with override, this is with filter. Filter is much more orange. Direct, no, either choose filter or override. I will not even cover direct, we don't have the time. For now, I'm gonna keep it at filter at default values. Intensity multiplier, again, we don't change those unless we really need to, but definitely not now. 1. Size multiplier, if you want your shadows, let's bring this up to something like this. Bam. For some reason it's freaking out a little bit, that's weird, but it is what it is. Let's zoom in. So right now you can see that my shadow here is pretty sharp, right? If I want my shadow to be softer, as if it's overcast, I can increase the size. 100, right? And now my sun, because if the sun is behind the cloud, initially the cloud is shining light, right? So the sun is becoming bigger, and the bigger the light source, the softer the shadows it produces. So 100 gives you this kind of variation, 20 gives you this kind of variation, and so on. So you can play around with this. Typically I use size multiplier of 5 and then start kind of fixing it once I see the final results. Sky model, you either use clear or overcast. Now we have a new PRG clear sky, which seems to be a little bit better than CIE clear, but I don't know. All of these sky models are basically just how is the sun colored, right? So that's CIE clear. This is PRG clear sky. It shows you the sun, which is nice. Then there's Pritham et al. This used to be the go-to, now it's not, and so on. You just play around with these until you are satisfied. Typically, I notice that they don't really make a huge difference, so I just choose either CIE clear or CIE overcast. For now, I'll use clear. Don't, if you're a noob with the software, don't change these values. Keep the values as they are. That's just my suggestion. Albedo as well. Don't mess with these values. The albedo color is, by the way, the horizon line, like this color right here. So, you know, that's why I'm telling you not to mess with it. Okay. Now for the fun part, clouds. The new version of Vray actually introduces clouds into your scene as a possibility for, you know, to have. So let's kind of have a screen that looks at the sky like that, and let's enable clouds. Now you have clouds. Isn't that cool? The clouds have all of these settings that are quite self-explanatory, and I would suggest playing around with the settings to get the feel for them. I will not be spending too much time on this because I feel like, I mean, these are easy. The density, the variety of the clouds, you know, how much varying they are. Cirrus amount. Cirrus is the high, very high clouds, right? So how much of those do you have? Thickness, height, so you can have the clouds pretty low. The offset, if you want to move the clouds. The phase in percentage, if you want the clouds to change, you know, over time. Well, not to say that they will, because animating in Rhino's Vray is a pain. And if you want the clouds to cast ground shadows or not. Dynamic clouds, as I said, these are used when you're creating animations. In our case, you should, if you want to create animations, I would strongly suggest a different software package than Vray for Rhino, right? But typically, even with Vray for Rhino, creating animations is not ideal. Anyway, so dynamic clouds, we have them turned off, but in general, the settings are, you know, self-explanatory. Hopefully. Okay, so that's the first way of how you create the sky, right? The whole condition lighting environment. Let me actually just guide you through the options as well, just to be quite fast about it. Invisible, you can make the, where was it? The sky, the light. Struggling. Okay, doesn't matter. If invisible is tick marked, then the actual dot of the sun will not be shown, right? But since it's now behind the cloud, then kind of on the edge of the cloud is glowing so hard that it's still showing up. You can make it so that it doesn't produce shadows, right? That it doesn't affect the diffuse, the color. So now the color is only received from, or the light is only received from indirect illumination, which is from the sky. So secondary bounces of the light that come from the sky. And specular, atmospherics, and atmospheric shadows, well, that's these are much more niche. I will not go into them. But every single light source has these settings, and sometimes you just don't want to see the light source. And we will be doing that in just a second. But for now, let's keep it the way it is. Okay, now we're done with the first variation of how you can create the light. This is my favorite. I think this is strong, and this is the one that I will be using from now on, but just to keep it pedagogical, I want to show you another variation. So let's get rid of Rhino document sun. Let's turn it off like that. Let's go to our settings right here and turn off our background, or rather clear our background texture. clear. Well, isn't that awkward? Let's go back to light and turn off the clouds. Will it really force me to... Okay, we need to stop the render and click the render again. We need to re-render so that it apparently has the clouds saved in the memory, right? So even if when we turn off the light, it still remembers the clouds. But if you re-render, it purges the memory. Okay, we're back to black, right? The sun is turned off and the texture is purged. Now I'm going to create an HDRI environment, HDRI map. But to do that, well, we kind of need an HDRI map. What is an HDRI map, you ask? Glad you asked. It's a 360-degree panoramic image of the sky, or any kind of environment actually, but mostly the sky, that is used to wrap around the scene, and then the brighter the pixels are in that image, the more light they are shining on the scene. In doing so, you can kind of create a 360 environment that produces, like one image that produces all of the lighting conditions in your scene. Very powerful, not as flexible as what I've just shown you. So how do you get it? Well, you need to download it. To download it, there's two ways. One, use the internet, right? But second, much more convenient, is use what's called Chaos Cosmos browser. And this is an asset library. I'll just click on it and then I'll talk why does it suck. Because at least for me, it keeps telling me this, Chaos Cosmos browser failed to load. If this happens, don't you worry, I have a solution for you. But this is a Vray asset library, and actually, while we're going to be fixing the solution, then we'll be talking. So I will close this, stop the render, close, save the model. Don't forget to save, and then we will need to close Rhino and do a few things. A quick little thing. So close Rhino. In Start menu, type in stop Chaos Cosmos browser right here, and then start Chaos Cosmos browser, like so. Start up Rhino again, and that will fix all of your problems and make them go away. I don't know why that is. This has been happening for quite a while on multiple computers that I have with multiple accounts. I assume it's happening to many people. Hopefully it's going to be fixed, but now if I click on the Chaos Cosmos, accept and close, asks me to update, I will update later. But basically here we have our asset library where we can download furniture, vegetation, and so on. I will talk about those in a little bit. The thing that we care about right now is HDRIs. I click on that. Opens up my possible HDRIs. Let me expand this even more. Hello, there we go. If you expand it hard enough, then it shows you like the side menu. If you don't, then you can navigate to the side menu. Well, now it wants to show me the side menu. Okay, if you don't, then you can navigate to it by expanding it here, like so, and choosing day, evening, or studio. Like studio environment. I will choose Evening Sun, and I already have some Evening Suns downloaded, but basically you just kind of download either one of them. I'll get that one, whatever. It downloads, and then you choose to import it into your file, right? So click on the import button. That's it. Once you clicked it once, it's now there. You go to your Vray asset editor. Go to textures. The textures tab is here. I kind of skipped over the last three tabs because those didn't have anything. These are Vray objects, Vray render elements, and Vray textures. Now we have our sunset 030, the one that I've downloaded, texture in there. If I expand that, there it is. Not, that doesn't show it in a very beautiful way, but it is there. I could just use that as my environment texture right here, but a much better way is to just create a light source. So here in my Vray settings tab, or not settings, tools tab, I will navigate to where my light sources are, the orange ones. Click on the small little triangle next to the tool, expand that, and find where it says, there we go, dome light at point. So just click on that, dome light, bam, and just place it wherever you want. It doesn't really matter where it's placed in the world, so I'm just gonna place it right here perhaps, and then it immediately asks me to give it an HDRI map. We don't have it, we have it here but not here, so I'm just going to click on cancel. What it does then, it just creates this directional light, which is the dome light. You can see it's selected here. The dome light is created that has a texture associated with it that is empty. Well, we can't have that, so first thing that I'm gonna do, under dome light, I will clear the texture. I just delete it. Well, right click and choose clear. So now it's gray. And instead, I will, holding the shift key, I will toggle, I will click on the texture slot, the slot number 5 here, where it's going to say, well, it's going to then give me my textures, and I'll just drag over my sunset into this empty texture slot for my dome light, right? So repeat after me. You select the dome light, you have your empty texture slot right here for the texture, and you take your sunset and you drag it over on here and release. It asks you, would you like to place it as a copy or as an instance? A copy is its own thing. It's gonna make a copy, right? A separate entity that can be changed that will not influence the original. Or it can be pasted as an instance, which can be controlled by changing the original, and you know, all of the instances that derive from that original will change automatically with the original. So usually you do paste as instance unless you really need a separate copy that will have different parameters. Paste as instance in this case. There we go. Dome light is created. Let's render in interactive mode, Vray interactive. Really hope that it's not gonna start compiling again. It's not. Great. And now we have our late evening HDRI map used as a lighting condition. Whoa, that's very dramatic. As our lighting condition for our house. And the thing is that usually the arrow of your light, you can see the arrow here in the viewport, the light arrow shows you the angle of the light, so from where is the light shining. So if you rotate the arrow, the sun will rotate with it. Please only rotate the dome light around the z-axis. If you rotate it around the y-axis, this will happen, and you definitely don't want your horizon line to look like this, right? So don't rotate it around anything else than z-axis. Okay, that's the HDRI. With HDRI you don't really do much, you just have it and it just works. Of course you can change the camera exposure value to something a little bit lower to make it brighter, but yeah, that's basically it. Doesn't give you a lot of freedom, but it's very easy to implement. So some people like it, I don't like it. I prefer the skylight. That is what we're going to be coming back to. And let's come back to the skylight in a grandiose way. So first of all, I'm going to close the Chaos Cosmos browser. What's that? There we go, Chaos Cosmos browser, close that. I will delete the dome light. That's gone. So now it's again no light whatsoever in our scene. I will go to textures and select the sunset texture and just right click on it and choose to delete that. Yes, delete, just to get rid of it. And now I will stop the render, close the render, and talk a little bit about a little tool that's called light generation tool, light gen. So I believe it's right here. Open light gen window, click on that. Bam. Water. Lightgen needs to download some additional content, blah blah blah, download. just click on download. Oh my god, that is a gigabyte. Okay, while it's doing that, I will talk about what Lightgen does. It's basically a one button tool that goes through multiple variations. It generates multiple angles of the light and presents them to you for you to just kind of click and choose which angle do you vibe with the most, which angle do you like the most. And that angle is going to be all of the settings then from the proposed angle are going to be implemented automatically in Rhino, in Vray, right? So this is a very good way of kind of searching for different types of vibes, like in terms of the orientation, in terms of the intensity of color filtering and so on. It also has the possibility to go through multiple HDRIs, which might also be interesting for some, but I will be showing this as a sky plus sun or sun plus sky model of lighting, the thing that I've showed at the start. So let's wait for it to finish. There we go. We choose that it's going to be an exterior lighting, right? We choose that our light source is sun and sky. We want variations. Let's say, so this is altitude and this is azimuth. So we want like 3x3, sure, it's gonna give us 9 variations, and thumbnail size 160, sure, generate. And now, according to whatever we have in the viewport, it's going to start going through. You can see exactly what it's doing. Let me just say, sure, let's go for maybe this, maybe that. Neither one of these. I don't like either one of these. I'll choose this one, sure, or whatever. So I just click on this once, that's it. Close that. All of the settings have been applied. So if I check the light, there is the light gen dome that is created where we have the sky, and the sky has a Rhino document sun associated with it. It's a much more complex system, but the behavior of it is still exactly the same as what you had before. If we click on render, you'll see that now your light source is exactly, yeah, it's exactly how you what we selected, right? So I can still make adjustments. I can still go to my Rhino document sun and still say, well, I actually want it to be a little bit more at an angle like that. Oh, not that much, like that. And I want it to be just slightly lower, like that. Or do I maybe higher? Sure, slightly higher. And then I want in the settings under environment. Yeah, you can see by the way that in the settings, the environment that is left untouched. That's an important notion, that here the sky texture is not used. Rather, what it's using is this dome light that uses the sky texture as its material. So it's basically using the sky as an HDRI texture, which is fine. It's another way of doing it. Also, they are using PRG clear sky. Either way, but here with the Rhino document sun, you can still scroll down, enable the clouds, you know, and mess around with the clouds if you want to. I'll change the thickness of them a bit, increase the density. Just give me a second. Decrease the height. Increase the cirrus amount because I like the cirrus. Ramp up the variety. There we go. Maybe the thickness can be a bit higher. Yeah, for now that's fine. That's fine. That's fine for now. Okay. Ooh, so that's light. That's light. Let's before you can kind of make final decisions in terms of your lighting, one thing to note is the transparency, right? So perhaps the glass of your windows, you don't want that to be gray. You want to see inside, right? Because that will influence how you, especially for the interior, what kind of lighting conditions will you use. So if you want to do that, well, first of all, your windows need to be, the glass material needs to be applied to your windows. So to do that, you need to actually get a glass material into Rhino, or alternatively, I mean, at this stage, what you can do is you can go to Windows and just disable your glass layer, and that's gonna work. But I will show you the correct way of doing it. So if I go to Chaos Cosmos browser and I go to materials, the materials tab right here. So I just click on this little arrow, choose materials, and here I just scroll down until I find glass. And amongst glass, I will just find, oh my god, there we go, just glass. Or we can do glass window neutral, that's fine as well. Download that, easy, import that, and now you can see that under materials, I have one, glass window neutral material. Yay, our first material. So I will apply it to my windows right here. And this is, by the way, us moving into the materials section or materials portion of the video slowly, right? So, or actually no, I take that back. We're not moving into it because there are going to be steps in between. Here is just a sneak peek of that portion. So I will select all of my glass elements in this particular layer and choose to select objects. There we go. And slap my glass window neutral, apply to selection. I will apply this material to my selection here. Right, so you right click on the material name and you just choose to apply to selection. You can see that this doesn't care. Absolutely nothing happens with this. And that is because material override right here ignores the fact that now these green boys are glass. Even though I believe if I change this to, one second. Come on. Rendered? Yes. If I change this to rendered, here you can see them in glass, but the override just destroys that kind of connection. So we need to somehow make it so that override cannot override our glass, right? So back in my materials tab, I will go to my glass window neutral settings, and we'll talk about materials much more in depth a little bit later. But I will navigate to opacity. Nope. What? Where is it? Oh no. I'm blind as a bat. The big tick mark here can be overridden right at the bottom. You untick that. Ta-da! That's it. As easy as that. Now the glass cannot be overridden with gray color. So now it's going to be shown. This will help you in, make better decisions as to what kind of lighting conditions you have. Last thing to do before you dial in the light is, let's close that, is to find the perfect camera angles. And to do that, I will need to pause the video to get more water because there's gonna be a lot of talking involved. All right, okay. Whew. So, glass, not just glass, no, not glass, cameras. We talk about cameras. We need to specify what are the angles that we will use for our renders, right? So the way you do it is by typing in named view as a command, named view. Come on. Just give it to me, please. There we go. This kind of menu will pop up. This is where you can save the cameras or your views, right? So for instance, I can just say something like this, save, call it lol, hit OK. And now I have my named view called lol right here. I change to something like so, save, hehe, okay. Now I have second view called hehe. And now I can switch between them very, very easily, right? That's the premise. Let me delete both of them. Here it still says hehe, so I'm going to go to set view, perspective, to just make sure that, we're all clean, all nice. And now let's actually set up some nice little views. All right, so something like this perhaps might be pretty cool, pretty nice, but I will need to change a few settings. If you don't have anything selected in your scene, in your viewport, if you don't have anything selected there, then the settings under properties are going to be of your camera, right? Which, with the most important one being lens length. So here for the lens length, if you want a cinematic look, and I have a full video on it, I constantly give lectures on it, I will not be repeating, but the cinematic look is going wide in terms of aspect ratio, so not 16:9 but even wider, and going long, meaning the lens length needs to be more than 50 millimeters. I would suggest a range between 70 and 120, right? So for interiors it's a different story, because in interiors you need to kind of fit in X amount of information in the view, so you can't do that. But in this case, let's try 70. Well, it doesn't change as much. Let's try 120, and let me just show you what's the difference. Notice how with 120 this is very axonometric. Yeah, that's how it works. That's the lens length, right? The higher it is, the more axonometric the view becomes. Isometric. The smaller it is, the more of a fish eye lens, the more distorted it becomes. So let me show you 12 rather than 120. Wow, that's some serious perspective going on there. Usually you have these kind of lenses in either very, very tight corners, or when the producer, the director, wants to showcase a drug addict kind of tripping out in his movie. So let's go to 90. I think 90 is a sweet spot. 90 degrees, and I will go for a little bit of a facade render right here. Maybe something like that. Why not? something like that. We'll try. We'll try. Okay, so this is my scene number 1. Clearly, the light is not good. The light will need to change, but we will change that in just a little bit. But for now, the actual proportions or the view seems to be okay. So I'm gonna save it and I'll call it ext1. I'm gonna do 2 exterior shots and 2 interior shots. ext1. The second one, I always do this one. Somehow I like it. Maybe I should do something different. Perhaps we could do... Can we do something like this? There's only X amount of, ways of how you can render out the same building. Let's go simple. Let's go simple. Let's not overthink this. Something like... I don't like it. Maybe something like that, but with a higher 120mm camera. And then we will do a little bit of background work on this. Yeah, this might look pretty cool. Okay, so exterior 2. I'm gonna do a third one. That's gonna be something like this. Actually, that's gonna be a very boring shot because the roof just hides everything, so I'm not gonna do it. Never mind, only 2 exterior shots. Then for interior, it's kind of the same thing, except that we need like lens length of 12. And actually, let's do interior shots later, the cameras for interior shots later. For now, let's just work between these 2 exterior views. So now it's time to dock our named views. So I'm just going to grab it by the name of named views and dock it right here. So I have my named selections tab here and named views tab here, and I can switch between them at free will. Okay, now we are ready to finalize the light for exteriors. Exterior 2. I feel like this is almost good. I will go into settings and change one last thing before kind of playing around with the light, and that is going to be the proportion. Remember when I said the proportions of your render need to be wide for it to look cinematic? That's what we're going to be doing right now. So under render output right here, let me do this slowly. So under your settings, under render output, here you have your settings for the image, the size of it. So by default it's going to be set to widescreen, but I suggest that you go to custom, and here you define the aspect ratio as you see fit. So I'm going to do 2.35 maybe by 1. I think 2.35 is anamorphic lens, right? Do you know what anamorphic lens is? Don't answer that, I will tell you. If I find something... Anamorphic lenses are lenses that are mainly used in Hollywood to showcase scenes in a very wide format, you know, the movie format. And you can always tell that it's an anamorphic lens by the glare, that you have this kind of horizontal glare. That's pretty cool, you know. So if you look at any Kubrick movies, if you look at Lynch movies, the Interstellar guy, oh my god, forgot the name, but the guy who did the Interstellar, all of the flares are always horizontal, meaning that they use anamorphic lenses. And if I remember correctly, that is the 2.35 by 1 proportion. Let's double check. Cinematic, not lens, cinematic aspect ratio. Pow, pow, and pow. Okay. CinemaScope 2.35 by 1. This is the current one. Cinema Film US 1.85 by 1. This is a much more of a subdued variation of this, but let's go full ham 2.35 by 1. I was right. Okay, so something like this. Yeah, seems like it might be cool. Maybe I'll move it a little bit like that, you know, so that we're positioning it a bit cleaner. This should be nice. This should look really sweet once we're done. Let's have it. Oh wait, this is exterior 2, right? Yeah, exterior 2. Just don't double click, just select this once, click on save, and now you can overwrite because we have messed around with it. Now let's go to exterior 1, check if the proportion there is nice. Actually is nice, kinda. Why is this tapering down? Is it tapering down? It's really hard to tell if it's tapering down. Okay, I'm gonna do one thing that I will explain later. And right now I'm just gonna tell you what I'm doing, but I'll explain the logic of it later. Camera, show, go to top view, see that this is crooked, make it not crooked by eye, less crooked, back to exterior 1, camera, hide. If it's not crooked, that means this line is gonna be perfectly horizontal, and now we're good. So we just save and override exterior 1. Camera. Okay, now we have two views that are perfect. That's what we're gonna be working on. Yay! 1 hour in, we have the views, we have the light. All that's left is materials and trees. Speedrun at this point. Okay, so in terms of light, this is garbage. This is very bad. Let's go to our lights, choose Rhino Document Sun, and mess around with the light horizontal angle and vertical angle. The first thing is we always do the horizontal angle right here. So I'm just gonna Why are you so slow, sir? Oh, that's me recording. Oh no. Okay, I should save time and not make you look at this. So I will pause the video and I'll just kind of dial it in. For you, this is probably going much faster, but since I'm recording, the graphics card is already being used, so it's not happy with me. Let me pause. 1 second. Okay. Okay, I'm done. So I have a piece of paper right here with ext1, ext2, the two names and two numbers for each. I always do that. I suggest you do so as well. The two numbers correspond to the horizontal angle and the vertical angle, right? So my ext2 is 138 by 43.9, which gives me this result. And my ext1 is something that I will have to change, 258 by 31.5. I wish the state like this saved, like the sun state saved with the camera angles, but it doesn't. So you need to have it on the notebook and just change two numbers during the final render, right? Not a big deal, just a little bit inconvenient, but yeah. We're gonna have this for our exterior one. So that's it. Now we have the light set up, ready to go. We have the cameras set up, and ready to go, it's time to move into materials. So materials will be a little bit more of a tricky subject because there is quite a lot of depth in them, which means I will be doing them tomorrow once I am fresh and ready to go. But for you, it's going to be just like that, right? So I guess. All right, materials. Time for materials. Let's talk about them. So the easiest way on how you can get materials in your model, on your model, in your scene, I don't know, is through Chaos Cosmos browser. This button right here. If you press it, this menu pops up where you have all of the possible assets, right? I already talked about HDRIs. Now we're diving into materials right here. So here, in terms of what kind of materials are available for you, well, just expand it this way to this kind of proportion so that it's gonna be much easier for you to see what kind of types there are. So let's do something easy. Let's say the deck here. Let's give it a color, right? Or let's give it a material, a wooden deck, right? I will start the render. Keep in mind I'm starting the interactive render right here. Let me minimize those like that. There we go. And I will download and apply a wooden deck material to this. So let's scroll down. Wood, there we go. And we're looking for planks. There are no planks here. Awesome. Let's go for wood flooring. Perhaps that's gonna be a little bit better. Yeah, that's definitely better. So we could go for oak here, but let's see if there's any better ones. Parquet. I do have this already downloaded. Perhaps I will use it. Oh, what's that? That's pretty neat. That's pretty nice. That one is also nice, but very active. These two are very active. And what about this one? This one is a little bit more subdued, right? So I'm gonna use this one. We click on, well, in your case, you click on download, this button right here. But once it's done, you do need to import it into your scene. So you click on this little icon here. Also, in terms of importing, you can apply a triplanar mapping. So I will talk about this triplanar mapping in just a second, but before I do, you kind of need to understand how mapping works in general in Rhino. So let me just import this material. There we go. Click that button, it imported. By the way, if you select it clearly, I mean, it shows you how it will look like on the floor, right? And the material itself, and yeah, you just click on import to get it in your Vray asset editor. So now we have glass and we have wood, right? So I'm just going to this is getting a little bit crowded. Having two screens is definitely a benefit when you're dealing with rendering. So with the geometry on which I want to apply the material selected, you can see that my wooden deck is selected. I will right click on the material and choose to apply to selection. Nothing happens. Why is that? Well, glad you asked. If I expand this right hand side flap here, you'll see that can be overwritten is tick marked. And if I go to settings and check material override, that is enabled. That means all of my materials are being overwritten with gray color. So two ways. I could either not do that, right? So it does something like this, or what I kind of like doing is just one second, unticking that can be overwritten for now, right? So here we go with our planks. you can see that the tiling of them is not that bad. It's kind of doing what we want to do, but perhaps we want to change the direction of the planks to be rotated 90 degrees. How do you do that? Well, that has something to do with UV mapping. So let me make this a little bit smaller, like so. And let's talk about object properties. So it has nothing to do with the material for now, nothing to do with the material. Let me close that. And it has everything to do with objects properties mapping, texture mapping. This icon right here. So let me do it from scratch. You select the object that you want to change the mapping of the material on. So you select that object, go to properties, go to texture mapping, and here you can see all of the different types of mapping that you can expect to use, like different tools of how you map the texture onto a shape. Let me delete the mapping that I already have created for this object, and now you'll see it really messed up. And let's create mapping from the scratch, from start, right? So if I were to kind of guide you through all of these settings, it would take way too long, and I think it's pretty fair to say that most of you are using rectangular buildings, rectangular shapes, 90-degree angles, pretty clean, pretty clear. So no soft, weird, bendy shapes. So if you are using rectangular shapes, then this box mapping is the way to go. So with box mapping enabled, or you just click on it, you click on apply box mapping, it's going to ask you to draw a box, create a box. So I'm going to just choose, let's say, this point, and I'm going to type in, move that. You can see that I've started drawing from this corner. Doesn't really matter from which corner you start drawing, and it asks me to give it a length. So I'm going to say meter, 1 meter, so 1000 millimeters. 1000, enter. Asks me for width, I will use the same, enter. Asks me for height, I will use the same, enter. You can see that this kind of box is created. So this is, imagine as a projection of your material and how big the material is going to be, the texture, the image texture is going to be in all 3 directions. If I press enter again, with capped set to yes, you can see that now my material will be repeated every 1 meter, right? And also here in these settings, right here where I have my mouse, it says 1 meter for X, Y, Z, or UVW actually. So I can lock this, tick mark lock, and I can change this to 2 meters. And now it repeats every 2 meters. I can change this to 20 meters. 20 meters. That's weird. It should have. Yo. Could you please cooperate with me and not bug out now? I'm re-rendering this. Yeah, there we go. So I had to re-render for it to not freak out, but 20,000, 20 meters makes it very stretched out. So I think 2 meters worked the best, and that's what we're gonna be using. So that's basically that little box that we made is, oh come on, re-render. That little box that we made was the initial size, right? And by changing these measurements, we're basically changing that particular box. If you want to see that box now with 2 meters, you can just simply click on this show mapping button right here where I have my mouse. Click on that, and that's gonna show you the box where it is. And you can also move the box, and as you move the box, you can see the planks, they move as well because you're shifting the texture. The corners of the box define where the texture begins, right? So this I think this corner is the cleanest one. Yeah. So with this done, I will, well, not look at the box anymore. Please don't show me the box. Just delete the widget. Okay, you can't delete the widget. I'm sorry. Don't delete the widget. Don't delete the box. Instead, select the object, go to mapping, and I guess, yeah, right next to show mapping, there's hide mapping button. You don't delete the box, you hide the box. There we go. My bad, my bad. Okay, so now we have one material kind of mapped out. Seems like it's going to be a little bit obnoxious trying to map out every single material on every single surface, right? Well, there is a shortcut for that. So for instance, this object right here, right? Let's say I want a different kind of a material applied to it. I can, in my Chaos Cosmos browser, let's find that other, let's say this one, wood planks B01. I'll download this. And this time I will import it as use triplanar mapping with this turned on, right? So this turned on, use triplanar mapping. Okay, import, close that, and apply to selection. And of course can't be overridden, turn that off. So now what this is going to do, oh, and I need to delete mapping. I have all of these already mapped out, so I keep deleting the mapping that I already had. So here you can see that even though this geometry does not have a mapping associated with it because I deleted it, right? It does, like, it's literally, it would have been every 2 millimeters. It says that it's surface-based mapping, so it's nothing, right? We're not using box-based mapping. This is still tiling perfectly fine. Why is that? Well, that's because it's applying for every texture that is being created. It's applying what's called a triplanar mapping modifier, I guess. Yeah, modifier. So what that modifier does, basically creates the same box mapping that we've done, only that it does it at the material level, right? So not at geometry level, but at material level. Meaning that no matter the geometry, let me slap it on here, right? Zoom. No matter which geometry you choose, the mapping is going to be the same for them. Very useful, very nice, right? Quite a good shortcut. The only problem with triplanar mapping is if you want 2 objects to have different sizes in mapping, that's gonna be a little bit of a tricky thing to do, right? So for instance, if I want these planks to be bigger and these to be smaller, nope, have to be the same, unless I kind of make a copy of this material and so on. But besides that, triplanar mapping is a good shortcut in terms of this kind of box map being done at material level. If you want to, let's find our, yeah, this guy right here. If you want your planks to be rotated 90 degrees, then what you do is you select the object, of course, and where it says X, Y, Z rotation here, you just rotate the texture by 90 degrees in Z on Z axis. Hello? I believe I will need to, yep, re-render. For some reason it's not as responsive as it used to be. There we go. Now it's now the planks are going in the 90 degrees other direction. Great. All right, so that's honestly that's about it in terms of the material creation from the library, right? Or finding materials in the library and applying them to objects. No, faster ways or nothing like that. You just kind of need to do it one by one. So let me do one last one, and then I will kind of speed up the process from there on out. Later, once I've applied most of the materials that I have here onto my form, I'll show you how you can download the materials. So let's just find quickly tiles. That is bad. Roof. There we go. Roof. Roof metal white. Maybe. Roof metal red. Roof ceramic gray. Okay, let's take a look at this one. And you can see here, it should, like, perfectly, in a perfect world, it tiles every 20 centimeters, right? That's what we want to see. So I'll have triplanar mapping turned off for this. I'll just import. Personally, I am so used to manual mapping that I don't use triplanar as much. But that's my problem, I guess. And then let's go to layers, and I'll start applying it according to the layers. Cladding, select objects, roof ceramic gray, apply. Oh yeah, can't be overridden. Zoom zoom. Oh, that's very small, isn't it? Let's take a look. Yep, that's tiling every 1 meter. Nope. We need it to tile every 2 meters. Even with that, they are very small. I don't know if I like them. Maybe I do. Yeah, maybe I do. Maybe I do. Feels like the rotation is wrong, so I'm just going to rotate it 90 degrees though. And of course re-render, because I don't know, it just doesn't react. That's the workflow, honestly. Is it 90 or minus 90 though? Let's try one more, because we had like a pretty interesting, yeah, this one, roof metal white material. Let's try that. Import that. Metal white, apply. Ooh. Oh yeah, and not let it be overwritten. That tick mark really kind of bothers me, but if I don't, if I just disable material override, it's just gonna be a color fiesta, and while I'm used to it, I'm not so sure that you are. So let's not do that. Okay, how does this look like? I don't like those seams there, but besides that, this feels okay-ish. Okay, like that. Maybe we can do horizontal plates. I know that's stupid, but hey, we're not geniuses here. And that repeats every 3 meters, so I can increase this even further. Yeah, maybe. I'll have to test. For now, it's very hard to say. Very hard to see. Okay, if you have a material that you don't want to use, make sure that you delete them. Delete asset right here, so that it doesn't take up space. The space will become very cramped, very narrow over the course of the project, so it's necessary to not use too many materials. For instance, this one, wood planks, wait, which one? This one. I will not be using that, I will delete it. And instead for this, I will be using the first wood planks material that I have created. Now, the bounding box, or sorry, the texture mapping is wrong for this. That's easy. You just create a bounding box, bam. Start, let's see, from this corner. Say 2 meters. Enter. And there you go. That's it. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. All right. Now, let me do a time lapse of me just kind of gathering the materials and slapping them on top of different layers, just so that we can move on with the tutorial. So, time lapse time. Okay, yeah, we're done. Well, not really, but we're kinda done with this portion. As you probably have seen in the time lapse, I sped up quite a bit, and I was jumping around different variations of different materials, but I think we have landed in something that I find acceptable at this stage. So now we will move on, because we're currently, well, just look at the timeline of the video. We're in the middle, aren't we? I hope we're in the middle, right? We're in the middle, right? Anyway, let's talk about materials themselves and how you can create your own. So, and downloading stuff is easy, but from time to time you do need to make your own material. For instance, a mirror, that's the simplest one to kind of explain, but before we jump into creating a mirror material, let me show you how you can create material that, in the first place. So it's this icon right here, create asset. You click it, where you can create either textures, slides, whatever you want. And here you have materials. And once you not click on it, but just hover your mouse over it, you can see all of these different variations of materials. So these are types, material types. Typically in this tutorial or in this course in general, we're going to use, let's see, three types of materials. Generic will be used for 99.9% of all of our materials. Mostly everything is gonna use the generic type. Emissive will be used only for materials where we will want to shine light. Well, the materials will have to shine light themselves. This is not how you create light sources in your scene, by the way. This is a very bad way of how to create light sources. But let's say you have a lamp and you want it to glow, not to produce light, but just itself to glow. You create an emissive material. That's how it works, right? So generic, emissive, and then we will use blend. Those of you who are familiar with Photoshop will kind of understand the blend easier. It's mostly a material that has layers. So we can layer a material on top of material on top of material on top of material with different masks to create a much more complex material with blend. So this one we will be using only for the landscape. You don't need to go that advanced with anything else except the landscape. Okay, let's talk about generic material. Let's create one first. Generic. There we go. Double click on the name and just rename it to I'll just call it mirror, because eventually we're going to use this as our mirror material. Mirror. There we go. And now I'm going to talk about the settings that you see here. So diffuse color is the color of the material, right? So if we change the color here, the material color changes. Easy as that. You can choose any color you want. For now, I'll just keep it at kind of pale gray. That's not gray, that's red. Pale red. Let me make this a bit bigger. If you don't want to look at this kind of preview of the material, you can always change the preview. You click on these three dots right here, and here you can choose what kind of a object you want to showcase the material on top of. Fabric, floor, ground. Subsurface scattering, that's used for skin and wax. We don't really deal with subsurface scattering in architecture that much. Wall, and so on, right? So I do like to use just either generic or sphere as my just preview object. I will use sphere for now. I miss using sphere. That's my red material. Right, great. You can also create a texture for the material, and we'll dive into that in just a second. But basically, if you select this icon right here, here are all the different textures that you can use. So you can apply noise to it, or marbling texture, or a dirt map, and this goes very deep, like really deep. And don't be scared, we will not go that deep because this is a beginner introduction course. We will touch upon some of these though, but that's a bit later. Okay, then we have the reflection tab. Guess what that one does? Talks about reflection. There are two main values here that you need to deal with. Well, I guess three. The metalness. So this is either 0 or 1. It's never 0.5. Your object is either non-metallic, like this, or 1, fully metallic, like this, right? So the first thing that you ask yourself, am I dealing with a metal object, right? In this case, let's say no. My object is not metallic. Okay. Then let's look at reflection glossiness, right? Or perhaps reflection color should be, yeah, let's start from the top. Reflection color. The brighter the color, the more reflective the object becomes, right? Like that. You can also kind of mess around with it and change its reflection color so that as it's reflecting, it's kind of getting a tint of whatever color you choose, but that very rarely happens in reality. Usually the range here is between white and black, right? So that's the reflectivity. You'll notice that if I ramp up the reflection to full blast to white, this is still not a mirror. It still has a color, right? It should be a mirror because you know it's fully reflective, and that has something to do with Fresnel reflections. Fresnel is a physically accurate rendering method for calculation method for reflections, which deals with index of reflection or index of refraction numbers or tables. And if you want a super accurate material, you want to look those up. Unfortunately, it's not that bad. They kind of, okay, let me show you. Google IOR table. There we go. Scroll, and there they are. Common materials, aluminum, IOR in between 1.39 and 1.44, right? So if you want aluminum, then you would go in here. You would say, okay, my Fresnel reflection IOR, you tick mark this, is 1.44, and my metalness is set to full. And this is how aluminum would work, right? That's the premise of it. In our case, that's 0. Okay, so now you can see if Fresnel is set to 0, then it reflects, then it's a mirror, right? I believe if Fresnel is set to like 10,000, it's also a mirror. So it's only a small range where it's where it actually, come on, 1.52. where it actually matters, and you'll see it in the table. It's always around 1.5. For those of you who are curious, glass is 1.56 or 1.52 for tempered glass, I believe. So around this range right here. Okay, enough about that. So Fresnel reflection is you just find that number and you add it in. If you don't want to deal with it, don't deal with it. Right? Just have this unticked and don't worry about it. Only in cases such as mirror will you need to actually work with it. Reflection glossiness, right here. If you set the reflection glossiness to, let's try doing 0.9, like that. See how the reflection is slightly more blurry? Let's do 0.8 to bring it home. this is how you specify how blurry the reflections are. So glass is almost 1, and something like a wooden table is going to be closer to 0.6, to something like that, right? Unless it's there's lac on top of the wood, then it's 0.9, I guess, something like that. Okay, so glossiness is how glossy the reflection is. Okay, then you have refraction. So refraction is transparency, but transparency with a bonus, a transparency that bends light. It also has IOR. These two numbers should match up, but so that's why by default this is unticked, and you actually change index of refraction right here. 1.6, that's fine. So refraction color and glossiness works exactly the same way. The brighter the color, the more transparent the object is. Darker the color, less transparent the object is, right? And same thing with the glossiness. If you have a pretty low refraction glossiness, then the object will be blurry. This is how you create blurry glass, for instance, right? The frosted glass effect. Just like that. Hopefully it's pretty simple. For this, since we're gonna be creating a mirror, this is not refractive, so we don't deal with it. Okay, there's also fog color, so if you want to tint your glass, you can with this color right here, but I would suggest not to do that because it's very easy for things to get out of whack with this. Once you are very familiar with the default values or the typical use cases, I guess, only then should you start messing with the fog. Okay. Then we have opacity. Opacity and refraction are two different things. Refraction actually calculates how light travels through the object, and opacity actually makes the object transparent, but it's just like a mask. It just cuts out parts of the object, right? So for opacity, I could use something stupid. Let me just do checker, like this type of pattern. Just bear with me, you don't need to follow along in this, like that. And you can see now with a checker pattern, there are parts that are shown and there are parts that are being cut away. So black pixels in any texture that you add here will be cut away from your object, right? White pixels will be kept and gray pixels will be like 50% transparent. So that's opacity. Let me clear that and minimize that. Then we have bump map. I will talk about the bump map in just a second, and binding can be overridden. We already talked about this. So now let's create a mirror. A mirror has completely black color. Its reflection is full white. The reflection glossiness is very close to perfect, so 0.99. You know, the mirror almost never blurs. It's just slight amount of blur. Fresnel is turned on, and reflection IOR is set to 0. And I believe metalness, and IOR is set to 0, and then thus you get a mirror. Another way is not using the IOR and rather just disabling Fresnel altogether. That also will produce a mirror. Both ways work just fine, so we use it. Okay, we have our mirror. Let me find my mirrors layer here, select objects, and just apply. Apply to selection. There we go. Mirror has been applied. Then we have another object right here. Let me change the camera. Come on. To something a little bit more reasonable, like 24. Something like that. Zoom, zoom. This object right here, this is like a heating... come on, let me select you. Let me select you. There we go. This is a heating table, you know, for cooking and such. We want it to be black and glossy. How do we do that? Well, we create another materials generic, call it black gloss. We make it black, but not, you don't make materials perfectly black or perfectly white. If you make them perfectly black or perfectly white, they will look bad, right? Because nothing on earth is perfectly white or perfectly black. So instead, you need to kind of go quite close to being black, but not. Why will they look bad, or how will they look bad? Well, perfectly white objects will always burn out, even with slight light. So there will be not enough light in other corners, but that object that's perfectly white and receives even a little bit of light will be burned out, will be too bright. And for the black objects, it's the opposite, right? That's why. Okay, so we have our diffuse set to very dark gray. Reflection color, we set it to pure white. So I'm only talking about the color of the object, not the handles for reflections, for instance. We set it to pure white, and glossiness, I guess 0.9, something like that. And we just apply. There we go. We've got it. We've got it. Got it going on. Okay, so that's done. I have here on the paper, I have written what during the time lapse, I have written what I still need to show you, what I need to do. All right. Black gloss. Okay, let's see. I should have, yeah, there we go. I have a black gloss layer here. That is like the oven situation right here. This one. Where I will just apply the same black gloss material. Easy, easy. Okay, that's done. Then we have stone wall, that's later. Spotlights, okay. Okay. Let's talk about spotlights. Not the lights themselves, only the material for spotlights. So the second type of material, there we go, this bad boy right here. Yeek, come on. Now I need to zoom into this. Just find, yeah, this should be fine. Yeah, there we go. See this green? We don't want it to be green. We want it to be emissive. We want it to shine light, or at least pretend like it shines light. So I'm going to create a new material, and this time I'm going to choose emissive right here. Emissive type. I'll just leave its name, let it say emissive, and I'll just apply it to my little inner reflectors. And here we go. Now it shines light. Easy. What can you change here? You can change the color. Now it's red. Right? Now it's gonna be green, now it's gonna be blue, and so on. So you can change the color, you can change the intensity. 50,000, you can see that now they are like reflecting on here, and like they just produce much more light. This is a very inefficient way of how to produce light, so please don't try to light your scene with emissive materials. That's a bad idea. So I'll stick to 1. And then transparency, well, how transparent they are. So you can just make them fully transparent, then they disappear, or partially transparent, you can see it's like a shiny ghost. Anyway, we keep them, but we don't change much with the emissive materials. We just have them there. Okay, spotlights, reflector, and point lights emission. I need spotlights. Spotlights, hello? Pointy boys? No. Lights, point lights. Oh no. Oh no. I'll find it. Select. There we go. Emission. Yeah, that's the another one. You can see them here. Also green boys. Apply. Now they're shiny boys. Easy. Easy, easy, easy. That's also done. Okay, let's talk about wall skirting. Wall skirting, skirting. This. Let's zoom in. So typically what you don't want this to happen. Also, oh, ew. This, well, actually maybe not ew. Maybe that's fine. Because I'm so zoomed in that the scratchy bits, I don't like them. So I need to, the metal scratched, I need to replace this material with something that is not like that, because this looks too post-apocalyptic. Let me go to Chaos Cosmos browser, go to metal, find the cleaner one, still blurry, perhaps that, iron dirty, no, iron blurry, maybe, chrome, no, we don't use chrome, metal scratched, so that one was not great. Metal brushed, but it's pretty bright. Okay, let me show you one trick. Metal brushed, download that. It's pretty bright, right? So we need to fix it. Import that. Then I want to replace all scratched metal objects with metal brush. So I need to select them first. I right click on the material. I choose select objects in scene. All of the objects are selected now. And I just right click on metal brushed and apply to selection. And that's it. And now I can delete metal scratched because it's not being used by anything. Now if I check this, this is much better. Just brushed metal, much cleaner. I like it. Okay, so the skirting here needs a little bit of love. It needs to be much more simple. So I'm just going to create a new material, generic. I'm gonna call it skirting. I will find where my skirting is. I believe it's under slabs. It indeed was not under slabs. Probably under walls. Yes, it was under walls, skirting, select objects, there we go. And I just apply my skirting material, like so. And I will find a color that matches pretty well. Yeah, that looks pretty fine to me. And then for reflection, I'll just give it just a slight bit of reflection, 0.9 maybe, to just get a little bit cleaner, a little bit nicer, right? Right, okay, that's done. That is done. And we have ourselves some clean skirting. Let's delete that. Now, what's left? What's left is for me to show you how you can download material from the internet. So I have this facade on the outside. Actually, let's take a look at the exterior one. This facade, it's white. I kept it white on purpose because I want to download something that will be used as my facade material. So the best resource, absolutely best resource out there is called Quixel Megascans. This one right here, Quixel Megascans. It requires you to create an account with Epic Games. Epic Games is the creators of Unreal Engine, a video game engine that's also free to use, and I will be doing another course on it, but no, doesn't matter. You just create an account, you sign in, you create an account sign in with Epic Games, and then it's free, by the way, it's free. So you just sign in. I don't want to share my password. 1 second. Are we in? Yes, we are in. And then you will be presented with, this Quixel Megascans library menu. Here, the materials are called surfaces. And you can just scroll through like the whole damn shebang, and find the materials that you want to use. So I have these old metal panels, corrugated metal sheets, metal panels facade, metal sheet. Actually, this one's very nice. I might use this. I will use this as my roof. I think this will be better as my roof. You can see the quality is insane of this. And let me just talk to you about the material itself. So you don't usually use 8K resolution textures. Those are too intense, too high quality. No one will see them. Also, if you hit download, you will see bad gateway. Please, not right now, come on. Really. Ah, there we go, now it's downloading. It's 233 megabytes for a single texture. You add 5 of these and it's gonna be a gigabyte. It's too much. You will blow your project out of proportion. So instead of 8K, we use 4K. 2K is a little bit too small. So we use 4K resolution. Then we go to settings, and here you can change a bunch of things. Things that you feel like are you might need, and I will. I will. So when you are downloading from Quixel's Megascans for Vray, you don't need any levels of detail except the highest one. This is, by the way, gonna be for assets, not for the materials, but don't worry. LOD 0. Download all LODs for 3D plans. You have that unticked. So basically at this, on the left hand side, it's only LOD 0 that is ticked. And then on the right hand side, let's untick everything and let's tick again only the maps that can be used by Vray. A unique map. No, we don't care about that. Okay. So albedo. Albedo color is the same as diffuse color. They both talk about the color information of the object. So you tick mark those. You will need either one of those and you will choose which one you prefer. Cavity is basically when you have a crease or something that, you know, a dimple or something that is pushed in, it's going to give you a darker color for that. So cavity map is actually useless well, you can technically use it in Vray, but at a very advanced level. So no, we don't. No cavity maps. Curvature also, we can't use it. Glossiness, yes please. Normal map, I haven't touched upon normal maps yet, but yes. Normal bump, normal object, not really. Only normal and normal bump. Displacement map, yes please. Bump map, yes please. Ambient occlusion, yes please. I know that now I'm just saying words and saying yes please. We will talk about them once we start using them. Metalness, you know how metallic it is, yes please, but this is again for more advanced objects. You know, when you have metal and you have rust on top of it, rust is not metallic and metal, shiny metal, is metallic. That's when you use a map to define which is which. Then roughness, specular, fuzz no, translucency no, thickness no, opacity yes, brush, mask, and transmission. Wait, transmission? Yeah, transmission yes. Okay, something like this, right? You tick mark those. Once these are done, you go back and you download, and it's going to download a zip. Please, sir, don't tell me. Oh my god, it's forgot. Okay, let me do this much quicker. Boom, 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 boom. Something like that, I guess. Opacity. Okay. again, we try 4K, not 8K, 4K, download, please. Yes, there we go. Now instead of 255, it's 85 megabytes. Still huge, but a little bit better. A little bit, just a little bit better. So now, once it's downloaded, just create a Quixel folder on your desktop or anywhere where, you know, somewhere. Create a Quixel folder, and I'll show you how to work with that. I think it's on my desktop. There we go. Quixel, I already have a few folders here created. One of them is called textures, and this is where all of my maps that I have downloaded from this website live. And this one will be a part of that. So it comes in as a zip file, so you need to extract it. Extract to metal painted. There we go. Once you've done that, you can delete the zip file. You have your folder, you drag it into your textures folder or whatever. Oh no, which one? Which one was it? Metal painted UHW. There we go, this one. Right? Shows you the preview file and gives you albedo, ambient occlusion, bump, displacement, glossiness, normal, roughness, specular. Great. All of these maps for us to use and to try out. So let's create a material that will actually use this. I go to my Rhino, and here I create a new material, generic, and call it metal panels. Let's call it panels. Metal panels, just like that. And then I start dealing with color and blah blah blah. So the first thing is here. First thing is adding the albedo, and notice how there is the albedo color and there is the ambient occlusion. So ambient occlusion, if I zoom in, you can see it making the seams and all of the nooks and crannies a little bit darker. Actually, I will show this to you on my browser. Albedo, no, AO. Ambient occlusion. Okay. Ambient occlusion, this is what it does. It basically creates a gradient in corners of, you know, the scene, of the geometry, and when it's used, the object just pops more because it darkens all of the crevices, right? So what we need to do is we need to somehow join the albedo color, this one, and ambient occlusion. You do that by adding them up together, multiplying one with the other. And the way to do that is here under textures, under your metal panels, color, creating a texture that is not just going to be a bitmap. That's too easy. No. We're gonna use a mix operator, this one, mix operator. And we're going to say that your albedo color, which is going to be located here, will be multiplied by the ambient occlusion color. That's going to be your texture B. So let's just drag them in. By the way, you just literally drag them in. Albedo, bam, like that. And then ambient occlusion, AO, to texture B, drag and drop. There we go. Now you can see, since this is it's added, not multiplied, it just brightens up the image. No, we use multiply. And now where the seams are, it becomes darker. That's important. Okay, so now this is done. Let's make this into a sphere display. We have your first kind of map here. It doesn't have any reflectivity and it doesn't have any surface irregularities. So for reflection, we have roughness. And glossiness. Okay, so we have these two to choose from. Roughness is an inverse material to glossiness or texture to glossiness, so you can choose whichever you want out of these. I would suggest that if you see glossiness material, then don't use roughness. If you don't see a glossiness material, use roughness, but make sure that surface control right here then is said that you're not going to be using glossiness, but rather you will be using roughness. So here you decide which texture you use, right? So it's glossiness, and all you need to do is just literally drag and drop it in, just like that. Easy peasy. Now it's glossy. Yay. Now we look at other stuff. We have our glossiness here, we have our bump, roughness, specular. We have the specular here. Specular is... Wait a second, did I mess up? Yes, I messed up. I dragged it into the wrong texture, right? So I'm gonna clear it and I'm gonna do that again. I'm sorry. I guess I'm getting tired. I should pause the video, but let's finish up here. So glossiness actually goes into the reflection glossiness that is located right here, like that. And the color, reflection color, is actually the specular. Where was it? Here we go. Specular, that is the reflection color. We just drag and drop it in like so. Easy. Now this is more accurate, more like it. Let me change this to floor to just see it better. It's very matte. I'm not sure if I like it that matte. Is it matte in Quixel as well? Let's check. Yeah, it's kind of matte. Maybe that's gonna be fine. If it's not, I'm just gonna download a different one. I'll make it fast though, if I change it up. Okay, so we have ambient occlusion plus, or ambient occlusion multiplied by albedo color here. We have our specular map here. We have our glossiness map here. IOR, we don't need to change that. Do we use full-on metalness? We could use full-on metalness for this because this is metal, right? Yeah, I think we just say that this is metallic, right? Full-on metalness. So we change that to metallic. Let's move it back to becoming a sphere. Something like that. This still looks very flat. It's missing surface imperfections, and those are called bump. So bump map, there are two ways of how you can introduce bump, or three ways actually. There's a bump map, a normal map, and a displacement map. Bump map and normal map are both just ways of how the material reflects light. It doesn't actually change the geometry. And then you have a displacement map that actually changes the geometry. So I like showing examples to people. So if I just type in bump versus displacement, there we go. And there we go. Which one do you think is the best? Look at the outline of the sphere. Bump and normal, they don't change the outline, but they look bumpy, but they don't really change the outline, while the the displacement actually changes the outline. And bump map and displacement map are black and white, where white parts represent hills and black parts represent valleys, right? And normal map is a little bit more intense. It's not just hills and valleys, which are controlled through the through the intensity of the color, but also the direction of each bump or of each surface. So the more they are towards the left, if the surface as it's being bumped up, if it's tilting towards the left, it's gonna be a little bit towards the red color, and if it's towards the right, it's gonna be closer to cyan color. It's a much more complicated way, but truly normal map is, you know, the highest quality out of these three. Actually, the highest quality is incorporating both the normal map and the displacement map into one, right? So I'm going to show you how to do that. Whew, where I'm talking so much. Okay, so first of all, we don't use bump map if we can afford to use a normal map, and I'm gonna check here. We indeed do have a normal map. Hurrah! So I am going to change this from bump to normal, and then I'm going to just drag and drop in the normal map into my slot right here. Click on that, check it out, looks fine, go back, and now if I look at this, this starts looking a little bit more three-dimensional, question mark. Does it look? Yeah, okay. It does. One thing is the shading is kind of weird, ain't gonna lie. It messes with the shading, so if that happens to you as well, if the material starts looking awkward and not very photogenic, go in here and change the transfer function from sRGB to automatic. Go back up. Yeah, now it should be much better. Okay. And actually, let me do... No, we keep it. Let's look at it through the perspective of floor. A little bit weird. 1 second. Could it be none? Huh. That's interesting. So they changed it. Okay, I'm sorry. It's a new thing. It's apparently they switched it at a recent version. So we can't use automatic with Quixel Megascan's normal maps. We rather need to say that the transfer function is set to none, right? And RGB primitives are all. So it's none right here. You can access it by just simply clicking on the texture slot, right? To access the texture, and to go back, you click on this little arrow here. Okay, so now this works. A little bit messy, but hey, it works. Now I'm going to take this and apply it to my roof right here, to this poly surface right here. So just apply. There we go. That was super easy. Zoom to check. The tiling is wrong on the roof, so I need to fix that, but that is not going to be a big issue. I just need to go to the settings, to texture map. The size of the map is a little bit too much, so I'm going to tone it down to 2 meters rather than 3. And for the rotation, I'm going to, well, not here, rather here, 90 degrees. Or maybe 0, I'm sorry, maybe 0. Is this one of those times where I need to re-render? I think it is. Okay, let's give it a second. Come on. There we go. Okay, great. So now we have ourselves a material, right? A new type of material. It still doesn't have that kind of a three-dimensionality that you might, you know, want to see from a downloaded material. By the way, Quixel Megascan's highest quality materials that you can find on the internet, just so that you know. There's no other website that has materials of that level of quality. But this seems still very flat. So last thing to add is actually called displacement map. Displacement map is heavy in a sense of just pure cost of processing power of the computer. So you only add it in places where you definitely need it, right? This being one of them. I will select my object on which I want to add the displacement map. So it has nothing to do with the material itself. It's actually going to be per object basis, right? So I select my roof, yeah, there we go, my roof poly surface. Let me close that. My roof poly surface. And here under in my top menu, my Vray menu, I click on add displacement properties to selection, right? So it's again, displacement comes not per material basis but per object basis. Click on that. I go to, I believe it's gonna be geometry. Yes. I click on the third icon right here in the Vray asset editor. It says displacement, and I'm just gonna call it roof displace. There we go. It's gonna be normal displacement, and I'm just going to slap in the, where is it? The displacement map right here. Bam. And now we wait because it needs to calculate. And also the amount is, oh my god, it's lagging so much. Also the amount here is in millimeters because those are my units that I use. Am I lagging? I'm lagging, am I not? Feels like I'm lagging. So I'm just going to increase it to like a centimeter. You can see that with displacement, once that is done, oh my god, it's lagging so much. I need to not do this. Okay, let me stop the rendering here so that I don't risk of crashing my recording software. You can see that displacement actually introduces a seam here between two surfaces. You can get rid of the seam by tick marking keep continuity right here. That will stitch the seam, and an amount of 10 will kind of make this more three-dimensional, right? You can already see it starting to pop in right here in this area, like a little bit more three-dimensional. Is it worth it? Is it worth the effort to use displacement on something like that, like a roof? I don't think it is. I think that in this case, like something like a roof is enough just to create a material. You don't need displacement. You use displacement only in like very niche cases. If you need like a very fancy rock or some sort of a very fancy wall, then maybe, but not on a roof. It's too expensive to use. So I'm gonna go back to, hello, roof, metal panels. Am I using that? Yeah, metal panels. There we go. And I'm going to try out to see that perhaps the bump map is better than the normal map in this case. Let's wait for it to stop having a seizure. There we go. And for the normal map, just going to change that to bump. And I'm just going to drag and drop in the bump map from here. Bam. Check it out. Oh yeah, and here with the bump map, with the normal map, the amount goes between 0 and 1. With the bump map, it actually goes between 1 and like it's in millimeters. So you just type in, for instance, 10, and it's gonna look a little bit more bumpy. Does it? It kinda does. You can kinda see it. I really downloaded the wrong material to showcase this. Let's do it again, but this time I will kinda do it quick. and I'll just download download a nicer material. Okay, that's IOR. Try again. This looks so nice here. Maybe we're just not waiting for it to render out. That's another thing. You should wait for the elements to actually render out. So metal sheet, huh? It's that one that we have just downloaded. Roof. Oh my god, that's so many. Okay, corroded choreo sheet. Let's see. That looks kind of nice. Oh, that's very nice, but a little bit off from what we're trying to create. Metal panels facade. That looks pretty brutal. Should we? I think we should. That's also kind of nice. Yeah, let's use that. This one looks nice. Okay, 4K resolution. I'm just downloading this. Come on. Yep. Show in folder. Copy. Textures. Paste here. Extract. Metal sheet UDQM. Metal sheet UDQM. There we go. Minimize. I'm just going to delete this one, honestly. I don't like it. So I'm just gonna create a new one. Metal sheet UDQM. Okay. Immediately apply it to my roof, so that once I render it, it looks nice. I will start pre-rendering it just in gray material. Okay, there we go. Like that. And the rule is basically when you are adding these textures, add the color mapping last. So the colors come in last. It needs to look natural even without the colors. So let's see. We skip albedo and AO. We start with the gloss. Or maybe this time let's use the roughness just to see. Roughness. Come on. I need to switch this to use roughness. My god, this is annoying. Drag and drop it here. That's gonna be how how rough it is. Then reflection color. And also you kind of want to click on this icon, which gives you more switches, and you use diffuse roughness as well. So it's not just reflection roughness, but it's also diffuse roughness to give it like the best possible output. And does it change anything? Very hard to tell. Doesn't even show up there. But that's strange because it's clearly creating roughness here. So something's fishy with the render itself. Oh my god. And it shows up here. Okay, what's up? What's up with that? Show me the cladding. Select. Invert. Hide. What? Maybe the mapping is wrong. Let me redo the mapping. Like that. Am I losing my mind? Oh, it's huge. Why is it huge? It needs to be repeated like every 2 meters. This is ridiculous. There we go. Okay, so it was just a bug. Every time when yeah, I need to keep repeating this to you. Every time that Vray behaves in an unexpected way, make sure that you just re-render. Just keep re-rendering, and yeah, and then it's gonna work. Okay, now we can show actually. Stop the render again. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So even with metalness set to 0, now there should be at least a little bit of... Oh yeah, the reflection is set to black, so that's why. Right? That's why it's happening. But basically, if reflection is set to full blast, then you can see the tiles. Okay, there. Thank God. With this done, now we can actually jump into the specular map that we have right here, right? So just I'm gonna show you 2 ways of how you can define a surface. There we go. I found a pretty good kind of pretty good explanation as to what's going on. You either use base color, roughness, and metallic. You either use this, or you use diffuse, glossiness, and specular, right? Both result in the same kind of output, and then ambient occlusion, normal, and height are used by the same variations of how you describe glossiness and then the reflectivity of a surface. So it's either this or this, right? So in our case, if I look at my downloaded material, I have specular, I have glossiness right here, and I have albedo, which is diffuse basically, or I have which one? Base color, roughness, metallic. So I have roughness, I have base color, which is albedo basically. That's albedo is the same thing, but I don't have metallic. Ooh, I don't have metallic, which means in this case, it's much better to use diffuse, glossiness, specular, right? Let me go back in here and say that I'm not gonna be using roughness, I'm going to be using glossiness, right? So I'm gonna clear this and I will apply a glossiness map right here, like that. Oh, that's metalness. Oh my God. Please, sir, please. Again, using 2 screens is much faster. So specular goes into reflection color, and nope, that's wrong. Specular goes into reflection color, and glossiness goes into reflection glossiness, like that, right? So now technically, if we change this to metallic, fully metallic, this should be correct now, right? This should act like a proper metallic object. One thing that I am not creating is a bump map, which we will solve right now. So we can either use a normal map, a bump, or a displacement. I'll try it with a normal map again. Just slap it in there, change this to normal map, and change it to well, now it looks pretty good. Huh. Okay, let's re-render to just check. So it seems like sRGB default is actually pretty good, and we can keep it. Yep. How does none then then show up? Okay, none also works pretty nicely. Okay, so you can use either one of these. That's fine. That's fine. Then I didn't lie. I don't need to track back my statements. Okay, with this done, the final stretch is to actually introduce a diffuse color. And diffuse color is the albedo. We just slap it in here. If you don't want to use ambient occlusion, you don't need to use ambient occlusion, but I'll just show you either way. So let me clear that and instead use mix operator. I'm just repeating the same steps. Albedo to texture A, AO into texture B, multiply them, and now the seams become darker. As easy as that. I zoom in to check, and that is starting to look pretty damn convincing. Where's the sun? Let's look at it against a reflection. Yeah, that's indeed reflecting. Okay, great. So now let's slap it onto the facade as well. And I will start kind of slowly moving into calling this a day. Apply. There we go. You will notice that the tiling doesn't match up between these two. And if you want it to match up, you can easily, by the way, do it by selecting the shape that you want to match the texture mapping to the other shape. So for instance, in this case, I want my wall texture mapping to match with my roof texture mapping. So I select my walls, I go to properties, texture mapping, and here, match mapping. This icon right here, I click that, I select my roof. That was a wrong selection. I'll try again. Match mapping, and I'll select my roof. There we go. And now if I check, the size and everything of these two are the same, right? They match. Great. So we have that going for us, which is nice. What else? What else is there? The concrete needs to be darker, right? That's later. That's later. Okay, let's talk about the landscape. That's gonna be the last bit that we're gonna be doing today. Well, for me, for you again, it's a really long video, isn't it? That's done. Let's talk about landscaping. So I'm going to introduce you to blend material. Under here, under materials, let's create a blend material, right? And let's just call it landscape master. Landscape master, there we go. So that's going to be our master material. Blend material, as I said before, it slaps different materials on top of each other. So we need a base material. We will just download it from the intrawebs from here in this case. Let's just find something that fits. Materials, emissifoam, ground, perfect. And let's just get some soil in here. And let's use the triplanar mapping for the soil, for all of the materials actually. So we have our soil, and then our landscape master will have soil as the freaking give me a second, I'm having a stroke, I think. Landscape master will use soil material that we have just created or downloaded as its base. So soil, there we go. And let's just add landscape master to our landscape just to see how it looks like. You know, that it looks I guess you can say it looks. it looks indeed. So that's our soil. Then things get gnarly. We create a new layer in our landscape master material, new layer, by clicking this. And on this layer, I will add, could add grass rocks or grass stones or dirt gray stones. Let's add dirt gray stones. Ooh, dirt, plants, sticks. I like that. I will add that. No, I have this downloaded. I'll just use dirt gray stones. So landscape master, my coat 1 will be dirt gray stones, this bad boy right here. So now what it does initially is basically applies 50-50% blending between the two. We can't have that. We want it to come in spots, right? Some areas are a little bit more stone, some areas are a little bit more some areas are a little bit more soil, some areas are covered with dirt gray stones. So what we need to do is we need to create a texture for how these two materials are being blended on top of each other. So what I'll do is I will create a, where is it? Noise map, noise B texture for the blend, noise B, bam. And I will say, well, you can already kind of see the noise happening here, right? And if I increase the size of it to 1, it becomes even more apparent. It's pretty soft. So let's not just increase the size, but increase the levels as well. So the closer two levels are to each other, the sharper the seam between them is gonna be, right? So play around with those values until you see something that kind of works, that looks nice. I will probably use something closer to 0.5. And not regular, but rather fractal noise, something like this. And my low and high values are gonna be pretty far away from each other, something like that. It's a little bit uniform, but it's gonna do. Oh, actually bigger, size 1, yeah, something like that. So that's our layer 1 that is slapped on top of the soil, the gray stones. Let's add another layer, gravel, nah, that's soil, actually plants and sticks, sure, why not? Why not? I'll add those. So we just create a new layer again. I will use plants and sticks this time. And I will use noise again. We just use noise for this kind of stuff. Fractal noise. This time maybe 1, a little bit more aggressive. Like that. And you can see that both of our noises, both of our masks that we use are overlapping. That's a no-no. So what you want to do is you want to change the phase of the noise to something else, and now they're not overlapping anymore, and now it's looking a little bit better. A little bit better. Maybe it's needs to be a bit smaller, 0.7. Something like that, and less contrasty. Yep, something like that. Okay, so we have that going on. Now, 2 more layers and we're gonna be done with the ground material. This one, let's find moss, grass, rocks, grass, stones, grass, come on, moss, hello? No moss? But I want moss. Okay, sure. I'll use grass rocks for this one. Grass rocks. Easy. And again, we use the noise. Fractal. Let's do pretty large size. Size 2. With pretty high contrast. Whoa, that's too much, that's too much, that's too much. That's too little, that's too little, that's too little. Yeah, sure, something like that. Don't worry if it looks bad. We will be adding actual geometry to make it look nicer. Does this look fine? Maybe 1.25. Maybe a bit more blurry. Do I want more of it? Yes, I do. Something like that, maybe. And as per usual, we change the phase of it. Okay. Final one. Code 4. Ooh. Grass, dry leaves, grass, stones. Yeah, let's just use that. Import. Easy. Close that. Grass, stones. Bam. And let us finish up with a pretty large sized fractal noise that starts at 0.33, ends at 0.75, something like that. Yeah, I don't mind them. Actually looks pretty good with a phase of 4. Okay. Let's call it. Okay, so our landscape master material is done, and that is how you apply, layer after layer after layer to build up, a more interesting, a more varying material, because now this material doesn't look like it's being repeated as much, especially if we look at it from different angles. It's gonna be, it's gonna look pretty unique, pretty nice. Okay, I think we're onto something. Pretty dark building, that's not bad. The concrete, I don't like the concrete. Let's fix the concrete before we end here. Concrete, we used bright concrete white right here. Let's use something a little bit, a little something like that. So again, to replace materials, you just use concrete white, select objects in scene, so everything that is white is selected, and you just slap on. Did I import this? I didn't. Now I imported it. And you just apply concrete gray to the selection. Can't tell if it's not as bright anymore, is it? Yeah, looks better. And this needs to be a bit darker. That is too dark, that is too dark. Abort mission. Something like that. Okay. We're on to something. We're getting there. I'm happy. I am happy. And also tired. Talking a lot sure is taking a toll. Next up, we will be working, like in terms of materials, we're kind of done. In terms of materials. Next up, we will be working with assets, so adding trees and whatnot to the scene to make this more lively, because right now it's cool Teletubby meadow, but could be better, right? Could definitely be better. And I know that at this point it still looks pretty bad, and it should. don't worry, we will make it look, well, better. Can't promise that it's gonna be awesome, amazing, but it's going to be the best that we can do. Stop talking. Time is money, isn't it? I will see you, well, quite soon actually, very soon. Alrighty then, let's talk about adding in assets to your scene. So by assets I mean objects. Also technically materials and HDRIs can also be considered assets, but most of the time when you're talking about adding an asset to the scene, it's a furniture piece, a vegetation piece, a vehicle piece, something like that. So I'm going to start by creating a vegetation, some sort of a surrounding area, right? And this is exactly why, if I look at this in, actually, you can look at it here, in this perspective view, why my landscape is split into these chunks, into these parts, because then I can explode, and let me just join these back up, join up. I can apply different types of tree scatter. So imagine you have a bunch of trees and you just kind of automatically scatter them on a surface. Tree scatter modifiers or tools on these separate rings and surfaces, and not just trees. It also you also deal with rocks and bushes and so on, like a bunch of different things. So I'm going to first download the trees that I want to scatter, and it's very easy. You go to Chaos Cosmos browser, that button right there. You click on vegetation, you expand the browser a little bit. You go to trees and you just find trees that you like. I have already pre-downloaded these 6 maples, right? And I will be importing them. So you just click on the import button, and somewhere next to your model, you just get them in there. So let's say there. Escape. Oh, I accidentally put it there. So after you've clicked once with your mouse, make sure that you just... Now I'm struggling. Once you clicked once with the mouse, make sure that you hit escape, right? And then it's gonna be placed. I'll do it 5 more times. So import, click, escape. 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 Okay, we have our 6 different trees. Usually it's enough to get enough of variety in your scene so that it doesn't look too repetitive, because the trees will be scaled and rotated automatically to introduce even more variety. Okay, with these 6 trees, I kind of want to create a new layer. So I'm going to make a new layer, call it trees. And I'll just place my trees into that layer, like that. Great. So now we have our objects, and I could technically start just kind of moving them in place and making copies of them and so on, but I rather not. I rather use a automatic kind of scattering tool for that. Before I show you how to do that, I will show you where the trees are located here, because these are not geometries, these are representations of the geometries, as you can clearly see, you know, low resolution. But they are located in Vray Asset Editor under the geometry node tab, Trident Maple. If I expand the flap, you can see the maple shown here. And there are only 2 settings to change. Well, technically you can also merge the maple into the scene, but you don't press that. That's advanced and you can easily mess things up. So if I can either use material override, we have already learned about that, and I can use representations, right? So bounding box representation would look like that. Low representation, high representation. And you can see that the high representation is a pretty dense mesh. So usually you do either low or bounding box. All right. So those are basic. Oh, and one more thing, the trees don't have a material, all right? So, or rather they don't create a material in your material library right here. The material is actually stored inside of the tree asset itself. That's very useful. Okay, so now how do you scatter them? How do you scatter them on the object automatically? Well, you select your landscape. In this case, I'm going to be selecting the outer ring because I'll start kind of building up my forest from the most outer parts, right? And I'll click on this scatter at this one, make scatter host from selection. So I have selected my landscape and I will make it into this scatter host, a surface on which it's going to scatter the trees. Click that. It's done. Nothing happened, or nothing visually happened. But now if I go to Vray Asset Editor, under geometries, I can see scatter here. I'll rename this to ring 1 dash trees, something like that, you know, so that I know which scatter object it is. Ring 1 dash trees, and here I will just add guests, right? Because the surface is waiting for, okay, what are the objects that you want to scatter? So I'm just going to add guests, click on that, select the trees, hit enter, bam, they're here, right? And you can also see the bounding box representations of them that are just crazy in terms of the, you know, the density. So for sure we need to decrease the amount of trees that we will be creating here. So the density needs to be 0.1 maybe. Oh, that's 0.01. 0.1. That's even still too much. 0.08. Yeah, that looks more like it. Something like that. Okay. So that's our kind of the basic idea of it. You say which surface it's going to be scattered on, you say what's the density, and you say what are the objects that are going to be scattered. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. So let me switch back to, actually I'll go for CPU rendering because once the recording already crashed, so I'm not gonna risk it again. And I'll go for exterior 2 and hit that sweet render button. Let's see how it's going to work. And don't need to see these flaps, so I'm just gonna minimize those. There we go. So the trees are there, that's all good. The trunk here is a problem. So how do you fix the fact that my camera is amongst the amongst the trees now? Well, there are two ways, and I'll show you the optimistic way and then the realistic way. So the optimistic way is going back to your Vray Asset Editor, going to the scatter object, finding where the seed is, because it's you can change the random distribution, and just changing the seed value to 2. And then it gives you that, changing it maybe to 3. Oh, that's much better. 3 actually might work, because 3 looks, yeah, 3 looks good. So this is like the optimistic way, just going through the seeds of randomness to find, actually I want more density. Because that is very empty. Maybe. Oh no, it's just the seed that, okay, so for instance with seed number 3, it's good here, that this is fine, we can deal with this, but the problem is then here, right? So that's where the random number generator that we're using is kind of breaking apart. It doesn't have a lot of flexibility. So let me change it back to seed 2, wasn't it? Yeah, seed 2 seems to be good. And let's get rid of these trees that are blocking the view. How do you do that? Well, glad you asked. Let me stop that. Close all of these. In with exterior 2, with this view selected, right, I will type in camera command, and I'll show the camera. This makes it so that the camera that is used for exterior 2 view is shown in every single scene. If I move my camera now in this viewport, you can see that the representation of it moves, right? Let me back to exterior 2. So now I know which trees are messing up my view. How do I fix those? Well, I take a polyline tool and I just kind of draw around the area that I don't want to kind of intersect with my camera viewing angle, right? Where I don't want the trees to be. And I'll select the landscape, I'll type in split, and I'll split it with the curve, like that. Bam, now I have 2 pieces. This piece still has trees associated with it, right? So I need to get rid of the scatter on top of this piece. And the way you do it is you just select it, and where you had your make scatter host, if you right click that button, it's remove scatter host. So you just right click and bam, the trees are gone. Now with exterior 2 shot, let me try rendering this again and just pray. Just pray. There we go. That seems better, doesn't it? That's better. Okay, let me take a look at exterior 1 now. Okay, exterior 1 doesn't need to change. Just works. Great. So we have the outer ring of this already working. We're happy, we're blasting, we're cruising. Yeah, clearly you can see exterior 1. Actually, the camera is in the second ring, so we will need to fix it once we will reach the... once we'll start dealing with the second ring, which is now, which is actually now. Now we start dealing with the second ring. So for the second ring, I also want a scatter, right? And so I'm gonna select this, and I will speed it up once you got the hang of it, and once I've kind of talked about all of the aspects that I want to talk about. I'll do a time lapse again. But for the second ring, I still want to kind of showcase a few things. So I have this selected, I make it into a scatter object, scatter host, sorry. I go to asset editor, I call this ring 2 trees and bushes. We're going to also add bushes to this. For now, I'm just going to select the same 6 trees and just add them as guests to my ring 2, add guests. And you can see that again we have the density problem. So let me just 0.1, huh? Let's do like 0.8 or 0.08, sorry. For this, something like that. Seems to be okay. And before I move on, there's one thing that I want to talk to you about, and that is the scale of, you know, like other parameters that we have here. So let's start rendering, but let's not render the second ring. How do you not, well, you have already created it. How do you make it so that it doesn't render? Well, you click on this icon right here and it gets disabled, right? You can also click on this icon right here. It's also gonna get disabled. So let's go back to exterior 1, sure, why not? And just hit the render button. There we go. And let's talk about other settings here that we have for ring 1. So axis filter is facing up. So imagine landscape. Full cam. Imagine a landscape that is like this, right? A cliff. You don't want the trees to grow from the horizontal part of the landscape, right? You only want them to grow from the vertical part of the landscape. So, or sorry, other way around. You don't want the trees to grow from the vertical part of the landscape, you want them to grow from the horizontal part of the landscape. So this axis filter makes sure that they only grow from the horizontal portions, right? So make sure that that is turned on. Orientation, world up. If I change this to orientation along normals, you will see that the trees are now being crooked according to the angle of the land on which they are. So they will always grow 90 degrees from the slope, which is not natural. So we just do world up instead. Collision detection makes sure that the trees don't collide with each other. You don't want this to be turned on because branches do tend to intertwine in nature. So you don't have that ticked. If here you have too many boxes and it's a little bit annoying to see, you can change the preview percentage. I usually use 10% of preview percentage so that only a few boxes are shown of the scatter and it's not overwhelming in terms of the viewport, you know, how much stuff there is in the viewport. So preview percentage. Then here we have random rotation, so every tree as it's placed gets rotated randomly. The rotations go between 0 and 360 degrees. That's perfect for us. We keep it the way it is. And finally the scale. So what's the smallest tree? By how much does it get scaled down, and by how much does it get scaled up? And globally you can make them, you know, twice as big. Don't. But what you can do is you can do like 0.8 here and maybe 1.3, and then some of them get bigger, some of them get smaller, right? So you introduce variety this way. 0.8, 1.3 seems to be fine. Maybe 0.9 and 1.4. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so those are the settings. There's one more, the probability of placement. So if you want one type of tree to be placed more often, you can increase its probability and it's going to be placed more often, right? So those are the probabilities of placement when it selects which tree is where. All right, let me... Do I stop the render? Well, actually, I'm just going to enable the render now, and you can see that now we're deep in the bushes here because our camera is located right here, right amongst the trees. So the first thing is for ring 2, the density is too high. So let me make this 0.05, and this is still very bad. Let's check exterior 2, how that looks like. That is also not great, not great. I could play around with the seed again until I find, you know, a placement where it kind of works, but ain't nobody got time for that, right? So instead we're going to get rid of some trees in this area as well, in terms of scattering, right? So I just do same thing that I've done before. Just draw around, select that surface, split it with the curve. Bam, that's done. Select remove host. Voila, let there be trees. Now this is starting to look better and better, right? That's what objects, having actual objects in the scene, does to a model. Makes it look better. Let's switch up the camera and make sure that the exterior one is also looking good. It's not. So let's find what is it that is hurting it. Yeah, this area right here. That's not a problem. We just do something like so. Split with the curve. Easy peasy. Select the surface, remove the scatter. Right clicking, And now we're Gucci, right? Looks a little bit more lively. Of course, you know, the right next to the building, it's still very boring, so we will need to fix that. Now, this is where the trees kind of should end and lower bushes and shrubs begin. And also I kind of want to deal with bushes here as well. So let's download some. Okay, let me stop the render for a bit. Close that. Let's just find Chaos Cosmos browser. Let's just find some shrubs and bushes that we like. Abelia are nice. Sure, I'm gonna get 3 Abelias in here. Okay. 2, 3. What else? It's an autumn scene, right? So it needs to be something a little bit... yeah, like that. Boxwood. But boxwood unfortunately is trimmed. So it's not... oh, blackthorn. Okay. Let's get the blackthorn in here. Blackthorn is very big, so we'll need to definitely mess around with the size. Not the size, but the probability of how often this is used compared to these 3, right? So these 2 will need to be used less. All right, but then we create a new layer, call it bush. Select the bushes and change them to, like, add them to that layer. Then back in here under our ring 2 trees bushes, we add guests, select the 6 bushes, add them, and now we have all of them in here. Now I just need to make sure that this is used much less than the rest. So Blackthorn 003 as well as Blackthorn 002. Okay, back in my ring. Blackthorn 002, there it is. Come on, slowly. Probability 0.2, perhaps 003, 0.2 as well, or 0.1 for this one. And then for these 3, and as well as this one, they should be used more. So that's 001, and all Abelias should be used more often, right? So I will increase the probability to 2 here. That's a maple, we don't care. Maple, blackthorn 001, right? That's 2, 2, 2. Okay, this should be good. Let's try. Make sure that this is your active render or render viewport. Let's just see. Whoa, that's big. The blackthorn is too big. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. What about exterior too? Yeah, the blackthorns are too big, so I have to get rid of them. Okay, where was it? 002, right? That one, and 003, that one. So now this is a little bit better, but now we're losing the density by quite a bit. So let me, actually I think we can manage to increase the density here twice. 0.1. The tree is there, but I think we can manage with a different seed. Yeah, perfect. And that is starting to look better. Okay. All right. We happy? We're kinda happy. What the hell is that? Is it even there? Hello? Sir? It's not even there. That's weird. Now that's weird. Okay. I will ignore it because that's gonna be definitely hidden, but our bushes need to be denser. So probability 3, 3, 3, 3. kinda fixes it. Ain't gonna lie, kinda fixes it. Okay, we're happy. We're happy. Now this is better. This is good. Of course, they do seem like they are just kind of awkwardly placed there. That's fine. We will add some a third layer of grass underneath, right? Under here. So exterior one. Yeah, that's looking fine. That's looking fine. Okay, let's add the third layer. That's going to be a low layer for this. I'll just download it. Let's see if we can find garlic maybe. There's Japanese grass, marram grass. I just need like a pretty patchy crabgrass. I need a pretty patchy wine-like. That one is actually very nice, but I can't afford that one. It's a pretty heavy 3D model. Flower meadow. Okay. Slowly. Or rather not slowly, because we need to do this quite quickly, honestly. Do we just use Chinese grass? Let's see. How does it look like? It's very small. Very small. Crabgrass? Even smaller. Cool. Marram. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad, but I need it to be wide. Okay. So let's try with these three. So third layer is going to be the grassy layer. 006. 003. And let's go for 001. Bam. 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 Okay. Only 3 of these. I create a new layer, call it grass. Add it. Back in here for my ring 2 trees and bushes. I will most likely not use that because it's just too small, but I will be using it for my third ring, right? So let me create a scatter for it. That's a displacement. Oops. Let me create a scatter for it. Call it ring 3. Grass and stuff, and just add the grass for now. Merge, or not? No, don't. Nope. Stop. Not merge. Grass and stuff. Add guests. There we go. Okay, so it's placed like that. That might actually work. Let's see. Exterior 2. Hit the render button. We should see a little bit of grass in the bottom here. That's where it goes. How is that looking like? That's not that bad. That ain't that bad. Okay, so this layer, we kind of want it to be slightly higher. Okay, so first of all, size multiplier 1.3. A little bit bigger grass. The density is low, but I feel like we can mess with the density a little bit later once we introduce a few more rocks and whatnot. And also, we really need like a foliage that is going along the ground in this case. So let's find some. Let's just find some. Back in here. Those 3 worked quite well. Maybe a little bit of flowery things, like flowering grass. Why not? Like that. A few rocks, maybe? Like that. Like that. Like that. I'm spending too much on rocks. Then we have myrtle and we have Mexican feather grass. Those are beautiful, but they are very big if I remember correctly. Yes, they are very big. So we're not going to, well, I'm not going to use them. Blue Fesk though, that's a sick, I really like it. I really want to use it, but it might be too much. I did use myrtle, right? No, I used flowering grass. Okay, so we can do lawn and we can do the meadow. Okay, let's just get these in here. Why did they say update? Okay, let's find, yeah, download now. I'm just going to download the updates for these. And while they're doing that, let me just finish checking. Okay, and there's nothing more here. So I'll just, that's nice. I like that. Okay, I get that as well. So we get that in here, get that in here, that, I think that's all, right? Oh, that looks nice. This is my, yeah, this is me refusing to do time lapse. Actually, I should do a time lapse. Sorry for making you listen to my monologue. I'm gonna fast forward this. Okay, after a little bit of moving things around, I think we're close to having a pretty good overall general scatter going. This is not the, absolutely not even close to being the end of creating the environment, but this is as far as what we can achieve by simply making it what's the word, automatic, by using automatic methods, right? This is the aerial view, how it looks like in the aerial view. And let me just switch to exterior 1. There we go, that's exterior 1. And switch it to exterior 2. There we go, that's exterior 2. You'll notice that the noise is, right now the render times are becoming slower and slower and slower. This is actually a good opportunity for me to talk about the frame buffer and the viewport itself. So the frame buffer is where all of the rendering happens, and it has a few functionalities that are initially hidden away from you. First being on the left-hand side, the flap on the left-hand side is where you can save your current render, what you see in the viewport, to history. So for instance, here hello? I can load it into frame buffer. I'm not sure if I want to do that. Sure, I'll do that. I probably need to stop the render for me to be able to do that. Load? Yeah, there we go. This is from a different kind of a render that I've done. Nakagan Capsule Tower interior render. where I was just checking out, different materials and wanting to see if I can do a minimalist, design of an interior render. So this was one of the kind of tests that I've made. And now you can see that I can switch between these two. So I'll load this one, and basically if I want to save it, I can just save it, right? There's also A/B horizontal, so you can choose the two renders that you have. In this case, they are completely different, and kind of toggle between them to see the differences. Very, very useful for multiple, like it's clearly useful if you're making adjustments just to see what's the difference between them. Let me keep rendering so that we have some sort of a thing to talk about here. So that's the history. New addition that is very much welcome. Then on the right hand side, we have all of the different layers of what comes into a render, right? So you have what kind of a color mode are you going to be using? Will you use denoising? So you can see the image is very noisy. You can use AI to denoise it and so on. So I'll talk much more about it once we will start dealing with final renders. But just keep in mind that all of the filters, like Photoshop style filters, are located here under your layers tab. There's also statistics of how many resources are being used, and a log of what's actually happening. This is nerdy stuff, so let's ignore that. Then in terms of the main view itself, you'll see that in the bottom it says rendering image pass 8 in my case. It basically keeps denoising the image pass after pass after pass until you have a pretty clear view. What is the final gather pass? I can't tell you. It depends on the style of the image. So for instance, if you're dealing with something that is pretty dark with a very small light source and there's an insane amount of bounce light, you might need quite a lot of passes to get rid of the noise. Alright, then let's talk about, well, save current channel. That's just saving the image. We'll do that later. Let's talk about these two. I feel like these are important to note. First of all, follow mouse. If I have this one enabled, then wherever I have my mouse pointed, it's going to, you can see how much more active the denoising becomes, or the rendering becomes in that particular area. The pixels are much more actively updated compared to everywhere else. So that's denoising or rendering specifically where you're holding the mouse. Very useful if you just want to render out, I just care about this part. So I'm just holding the mouse there and I can see it kind of being rendered a little bit more than the rest. Then you have region render, where you can just draw around. Let's say I'm curious about whatever, this area right here. I can just draw region render. Now it hates me. Okay, let me stop the render and then do region. Yeah, now you can draw a region and then press the render button again, and now it's going to only render out this region in particular, right? So let's wait for it. Bam. You can see, so if you're making small changes, you don't need to re-render the whole thing. You can just re-render a small portion to see if those changes are good or not, right? At this stage, I feel like we need to increase the size of the render, because you can see me constantly zooming in and it's just a pixely mess. So let's talk about, stop that. Let's talk about the settings, the Vray render settings, right? That, perfect. There we go. So under Vray Asset Editor, there's the settings rollout, where you have all of the different types of settings that you can choose from. I already talked about CPU CUDA RTX, and you'll notice that I'm using CPU just because I'm recording and it tends to crash my computer if I'm recording with a graphics card as well as rendering with a graphics card. Also, I should save at this stage because I remember it does crash the computer quite often. All right, so in terms of settings, you have the engine that's going to be used, and you have this progressive toggle. What progressive toggle means is that it's going to constantly be denoising your image. So you'll first see a very noisy view, and then it's going to constantly be kind of minimizing the noise. I personally prefer using not using progressive and just rendering it. Keep in mind, I'm not using a final, I'm not using interactive render. I'm rather using the regular render button. Interactive render, the one with the play icon, that one will keep updating, while the regular one just kind of renders out the final image, right? So now we can see with progressive turned off, it actually uses these, what's the word? Rectangles, buckets. It's render buckets that render out the final quality image, right? From your scene. I personally prefer using these to anything else. Let me stop the render though. Let's go to other settings to check. So quality, medium. When you're test rendering, you do either medium or low plus. When you're rendering the final quality, you're doing either high or medium plus, depending on your machine. For testing, I will keep it at medium quality. Update effects, that's fine. We just have it as it is. Sorry. So the effects are updated either at the end or rapidly. I personally prefer to update all of the effects such as glare, blur, and so on at the end of the render. And then you can use a denoiser that applies, even if you're using a medium or a high preset, there's going to be a little bit of noise. You can apply a denoiser with different variations to this to make it even less noisy. Yeah, I don't use that, but you should. But I don't like how AI denoising works and how smudgy things tend to be. So I prefer the noise, but this is very subjective. So you either toggle this on or off, depending if you want it to be perfectly denoised and a little bit smudgy, or if you want it to be still a little bit noisy, but retain all of the small details, micro details. Okay, that's the render settings. Then we have the camera settings. I will show you the camera settings by rendering it in interactive mode. So with this icon right here, rather than this icon, interactive, click, let it render. Come on. There we go. And let's just go through the different settings that we have here in this view. So first of all, exposure value. That's 13.4. You can change the exposure value by just dragging the slider until you'll find something that works for you. I personally prefer to use something that is a little bit more advanced, I guess, than this, which is under advanced camera parameters right here. So make sure that the right hand side flap is turned on. Advanced camera parameters, just using the proper camera settings for the view. So film sensitivity, I always log that down to 200 ISO. That's how noisy the image is. Well, in reality. Then f-number, f-stop, I use something like 1.4. And then shutter speed, in this case it's daytime, probably gonna be something like 1 to 1600. Actually it's a bright day, okay, 3200 then. Okay, our f-stop is out of whack, let's do 1.8 then. Yeah, we're getting there, 3600. ISO 100 then. And then 3200. Yeah, close enough. Okay, so those of you who do photography will understand these settings. Those of you who don't do photography, I suggest just using exposure value and just playing with that instead. Okay, with this done, then we have additional, well, let's not look at advanced camera parameters. Let's continue with the simple camera parameters. We have additional things to worry about. So white balance, what the hell is that? Well, if you change the white balance, let's say I want these trees to be gray. Then what I can say to this is that my white balance needs to be kind of the color of the trees. So somewhere here. Nope. 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 Come on. We'll find it. Okay, that was a stupid way to kind of talk about this, and the shift needs to be a little bit towards yellow. That was such a stupid way of me trying to talk about it. Let me try again, but this time properly. The white balance is what kind of color will the camera consider to be white. So if your scene is a little bit too warm, then you can change the white balance towards the warm color, and you can see that it becomes colder, right? Just a slight change. If you do this, it's not gonna be great, right? So just a slight change towards the warm color for the white balance makes the scene colder. Other way around, if we change it towards the blue, it makes the scene warmer, right? Easy as that. Typically, I don't mess with white balance at this stage. I do that a little bit later, right? Then we have depth of field. If you have this toggled on, right now it's just going to be a blurry mess. That's because depth of field is defocus. So it's defocusing the scene according to your camera lens. And my camera lens is set to a pretty low value, 1.4. And you can see the defocus respects that. So it uses 0.458 for the defocus. I need to focus my camera onto, let's do this, onto a point somewhere here, right? So for fixed distance, I will not be using a fixed distance. Rather, I will say, maybe let's do a point. Yeah, like that. Pick point, bam. Select what we're focusing on. So I guess maybe a point right here. And now my scene is back in focus, and the only thing that is going to be defocused are going to be like some leaves here. Yeah, you can see. You can barely see, but the leaves here are slightly more out of focus. They're a little bit more blurry, and the trees in the background are going to be just slightly more out of focus. So that's how this works. You just pick a point to which you want to focus on. Then we have more effects here. Vignetting. I really enjoy vignetting. That is basically set it to 1. It's a darker gradient that goes around the perimeter of your shot. And vignetting happens in slightly older cameras, but it always happens because the camera lens is bent. So there's less light coming in from the sides. So the sides here are gonna be a little bit darker. So vignetting is great. Now I feel like we need a little bit more light in here. So let me go back to my camera settings and maybe increase the sensitivity to 160. Yeah, why not? 160, sure. Back in here, that's it with the camera. Now for the render output, that's the nice part. This is where you define how big your image is gonna be. And we already played around with the width and the height, the aspect ratio, but we never played around with the actual pixels, right? So I'm going to change from 450 to 720. At this stage, I usually increase it to 720 pixels. Let's zoom in. By the way, the percentage of how much you're zoomed in is located right here. So now we're at 100%. And from now on, I will be looking at the render, you know, at a higher value, or a higher resolution, not value. Okay, that's very simplistic, right? There's a save frame option as well. The save frame just kind of draws a frame around your scene to show you which parts are gonna be clipped away. Not really necessary. It's better to just get a feel by constantly rendering it. Okay, so that's the render output. Later we'll be increasing this by quite a bit, right? Animation. We don't do animations in Vray. Environment. Since we are using Vray Sun, and we have generated a sky not through the sky node here, which you can, by the way, do. You can easily just generate a sky node. There we go. It creates an environment sky. This will have no effect because, let's go back. There is, under lights, there is a dome light that is automatically generated. And the dome light is basically a light that hides the background. It kind of engulfs the whole scene in this infinite sphere that has a picture of clouds on it, right? So that's your dome light. That's because we used the light gen window right here, or tool right here. Right, so in terms of the environment, we don't really need to change much here. We don't really deal with it here because it's all kind of driven by the dome light, right? So let's keep it as it is. Then we have material override, already talked about that, and we have swarm, which is if you're rendering with what's the word? I'll get there, 1 second. Render farm. If you're rendering with multiple computers hooked up to render out a single image, then you use this. We will not. We will not. Okay, final. Render parameters. You don't mess with these. Global illumination. You don't mess with this. Well, except one thing. Except actually one thing. And that is called, for global illumination, you click this little setting right here, show advanced settings. And under advanced settings, this also, by the way, only works if you're rendering with CPU. If you're rendering with CUDA or RTX, you will not see this. So this is only going to be for people who don't have a powerful graphics card or who choose to render with CPU. CPU has the best amount of tools in Vray, CPU rendering, while CUDA and RTX are much faster. So example of that is global illumination, ambient occlusion, turning that on and setting the radius to 250 millimeters. So if you're dealing with centimeters, it's 25 centimeters, meters 0.25, but 250 millimeters. Ambient occlusion is, I already told you last time, but ambient occlusion, bam. These dark gradients that are created in the nooks and crannies of the geometry. That is what ambient occlusion does. It makes the whole scene pop more. It's a very useful thing. You can have ambient occlusion with the RTX rendering or CUDA rendering, but it's a much more of an advanced technique than it is here, because here you just enable advanced settings, enable ambient occlusion, change the radius, forget about it. It's done, right? Easy as that. Then I already talked about advanced camera parameters. Maybe I can touch upon bokeh. Bokeh is when you have a glare of light hitting the camera. You can choose how many blades does your camera have. I would not deal with this. Well, you can, but it's a little bit a little bit messy. If you want an anamorphic lens, whoa, that doesn't work. Wait, let me play around with this. So you have 8, anisotropy is, if it's 1 it's that, 0.5 is, so that's weird that 1 does that. Very hard to teach you about bokeh effects when we don't have any glares. So if in this video, in this course, we will see any glares, then I will show you the different settings of the bokeh. Typically you don't really work as much with this. This is a much more of a niche thing, very stylistic, so let's ignore it for now. If we will need to, we'll come back to it. Just know that it exists. Volumetric environment, a very very useful tool. If we enable this, everything becomes foggy. But foggy in a bad way. Foggy in a way where it's a little bit blue, a little bit yucky, a little bit yucky. So let's make it less yucky. I will also, what's up with the scatter? No, maybe it's fine. So instead of aerial perspective style fog, which is very useful when you're dealing with these kind of shots, when you're rendering these kind of shots, that's very nice for aerial shots. But for these shots, nope. You need environment fog, and you will notice that it's either nothing changes, or your whole scene is now black, or like in my case, the fog is very low. So that's because the density and the distance and the height, like these settings, are out of whack, so we need to fix them. Distance is how far, I'm skipping over color and emission because fog should be white and should have black emission unless you're doing Blade Runner, yellow fog style render. Distance, how far in the fog you can see. This is in millimeters. So 10,000 makes the fog less dense, 100,000 even less dense, and so on, right? So that's the distance, how far you can see. Let me make it 10,000 for now. That means I can see 1000 mil is a meter, 10 meters in the fog. And then height, how high is the fog? So I can change the height to 2 meters. That's 2 meters. I can change the fog. It starts from 0, world 0, 0, 0. So 2 meters, okay, more. Let's do 10 meters. Yep, there we go. Now we're cooking. Now we're inside of the fog. Let's increase the distance. So we barely can see the building. Let's increase it even more. More. Okay, more. 1 million. 5 million. Well, not 5. Let's do 3 million. 2. Okay, I think anything that is... yeah. Anything that is larger than 1 million becomes clipped away. So at this stage, this is where it's a little bit tricky with the fog, because it kind of wants you to change from millimeters to something else, because as you can clearly see, 1 million is too not good enough, right? We need to have it more. But if slightly we move past 1 million, then fog stops working. Except for the trees are now you can see the horizon line is now hidden. So it's a little bit, it has been a little bit weird, and it still is a little bit weird. I don't really know why that is. I'll try re-rendering actually to see if that's gonna work. Nope, doesn't seem to work. So there is like 1 million is a huge threshold for the fog to just kind of stop working. But what it does, it hides our horizon line even better, so I'm happy about that. Scatter GI makes it so, let's go back to the million range. That is 100,000. The million range. Scatter GI makes it so that inside of the fog, the light is bounced around. So you can see now that the fog makes the light here bright, or the fog becomes bright because just simply the light is bouncing inside of it. Then what should it affect? We don't mess with that. Affected by all lights, yes indeed, right? So that's how you work with the fog. In my case, I might actually end up using aerial perspective fog for this, with a little bit of a few changes. So let's change the visibility range to something a little bit more, 40 maybe, 10, let's go for 20, yeah, something like that. And atmosphere height, yeah, I'll just use 60,000. Light multiplier, that's fine. And for filter color, we will use, it's making it a little bit too cold, I feel like. So I'm gonna warm it up a bit. Whoa, that's not a bit. That is still not a bit. Really? That much, huh? And then atmosphere height, I'll just drop it down drastically, like 500 meters, so that we still see the clouds in the top. Okay, that's something like that seems to work. There's no real kind of go-to settings. You just play around with the settings until they work. Then we have denoiser that only gets enabled if you enable denoiser right here. And final configuration that we do not, no, don't touch, no touchy. Okay, so we have, we have ourselves the settings for rendering that are kinda working. I'm happy with them. So I feel like the next step is, let's switch the cameras to just see if the exterior one is fine. Yeah, seems to be fine. I'm going to render out these two images now, and with the correct light angles, and we'll show them to you, and we'll kind of go on from there, right? Because there's still plenty of stuff that we need to do. So yeah, wait for it. Okay, there we go, we're done. It's rendered. If you want to just show the viewport, oh sorry, the frame buffer without actually rerunning the render, you can click on this open Vray frame buffer icon right here, or there should be, there we go, Vray frame buffer icon right here. So you click on those, whoop, yoink, there it is. These are the two renders that have been made. Medium quality, oh no, sorry, medium plus quality, pretty low resolution, but it's enough for us to see what we want to change. So in this case, one thing that I have noticed and that I had to change was the normal map of the materials that we have downloaded. So it's kind of flip-flopping all over the place with the downloaded materials, and different types of maps are require different types of parameters, but the only one where you definitely need to dive into and make sure that it's working properly is the normal map. So here where we have roof, where is it? Metal sheet, there we go. The material that we have downloaded from Quixel Megascans. Here I have changed the normal map to be none raw. This seems to be accurate. This seems to work properly. Anything else creates weird artifacts. None and raw seems to be working. Right. So with these settings and with these changes made, now I can start seeing what I want to adjust to get the exterior portion of this project done. The foreground seems to be okay in this in this screenshot. Seems to be just fine, but here it's a little bit too uniform, so we need to introduce a little bit more drama in here. Also, the attention happens to be here, but there's a lot of empty space here, so I kind of want to do a custom render for this particular, a custom element asset for this particular area of the render. So that's what we're going to be doing here. In the meanwhile, I'm going to also show you how I import stuff, right? How you can import stuff such as a Quixel rock, for instance. And then for this one, this seems to be doing quite well. The horizontal aspect of it, I'm not sure if I dig it as much in terms of the light. We might need to set up a different kind of a lighting condition, but the main thing here is, since this one is much more simplistic, just introducing a little bit of variety here of, you know, different elements, and perhaps introducing later, what is that? That's a boo-boo right there. That's a hanging ceiling right here that you can see, you know, in between through the window. A little bit of a whoopsie in terms of design, but let's not start fixing these kind of things. Let's keep it the way it is. Okay, so additional stuff and maybe some lighting for the our painting gallery that is inside. Artificial lighting will come in later once we kind of start covering that. So now let me show you how you can download things for the for your view, for your scene. So again, we're back to Quixel Megascans library, where I already told you to register to Epic Games, from which we can get an asset, 3D assets, and let's just get something that we will be using in our scene. So I want not maybe, but definitely nature. Is that poop? Oh man. Oh man, that's high density poop right there. Let's not. It would be funny, but no. Would be funny to a limit. I could slap in some bones there, but perhaps we can find some debris. Scroll down. That looks pretty neat. Mossy bark. That looks awesome. I'm thinking of this. I'm not sure about the size of it. That might be too much. Maybe just this one. Okay, let me download the tree bark and show you how, how it works. So instead of 8K resolution as per usual, we change this to 4K resolution. For the settings, don't forget to untick all LODs and leave only LOD 0. For the other settings, whatever these are here, I would suggest just tick mark everything. Yeah, let's do it this way. Tick mark all textures and just choose the ones that you need to use from here, right? That's gonna be easier for you, even though it's gonna be a little bit... Oh no, did I cancel that? Let's do this again, then... Oh, never mind, it remembers. That's great. And just hit download. It's gonna download the tree bark model. It's gonna be 125 megabytes, a pretty big boy. While it's doing that, let's see if there are any stumps that we can get in here. Oh, that's nice, but we can't have that. That's also nice. Rotten tree stump. I just want to download like 2 of them so that we can see kind of a comparison here. Okay, this one is too nice to pass on. So I'm gonna download this. All right, once these are done, I'm going to just create a new folder. Not create a new folder, but rather find where my 1 second, where my Quixel Megascans, there it is, folder is, and here I already have nature, where I have all of these elements. I'm just writing down what to not forget to mention to you later down the line in the tutorial. I'm sorry if it's bothering you. Okay, so here we have, or you should also have a separate folder where all of your downloaded trees and rocks and crap like that will live. You just get them in here. Let's move them. And you extract them one by one into their respected folders, like that. Now we have tree log and nature tree. Extract to here. Should be good to go. I'll just delete the zip files. And let's take a look at our first one, tree log. So this is very similar to what we have already seen in the in the material portion of the video, except that now it has an FBX file. FBX is a 3D model file, right? Which can be directly dragged and dropped into your scene. So, but before we do that, let's create a folder, because we need a folder. So I'll just call it Quixel. Quixel, make it my active folder, and from there on out, I just drag and drop in my FBX. Don't open file, no, import file. Bam. Asks you a bunch of things, we don't care. Yeah, we just hit OK. Rhino units are in millimeters, FBX units are in centimeters. Would you like to scale? Yes, I would. Great, now it's imported. Now we have ourselves a log. Since this is going to be very heavy to kind of keep re-rendering or rendering over and over and over again, I'm going to actually go in here and disable all of the scatter objects in my scene. So these scatters, remember, you can disable them. So if you click on them, they become dark. So now they're not going to be rendered, and that means that we can start. I'll add this one to the list. We can start with just a CPU render and just kind of take a look at how does this look like without any textures. So let me just see. I think this is fine. Let's hit the render, the real-time render button. Yay, there we go. You will notice a few things. First, main one is that everything is freaking blurry. That's a no-go. And the reason why it's blurry is because our camera is not focusing on the log, right? It's focusing on the facade of the building. So for a little while I'm still kind of experimenting, I will disable the depth of field, right? Just like that. And now I will zoom in to the log. Can you please be smaller? And let's just zoom. Like that. Perfect. And I will make my camera a little bit darker by just going into... where is it? Advanced camera parameters and increasing the shutter speed. 4800? Yep, 4800 will do the trick just fine. So this is pure white because it doesn't have a material, so I do need to create a material for this log where I will be attaching all of these maps to that material. It's as the same way as how we did before with our facade material. So I'm just going to create a new material that's generic, always generic, and we will call it tree log. That is not how you write log. That's how you write log. Okay, tree log, and I'll just apply it to my tree log, like that. So this is how it looks like with no materials whatsoever, or sorry, no textures whatsoever, just a single facade material, right? Come on, concentrate. Single gray material, single color gray material. Okay. Now it's time to drag in a few more colors into this. So before we deal with the color, a very good idea is to first fix the reflection and the bump, those two things. So first, let's do the reflection. For the tree log, I will find where the hell the reflection is. We have roughness, and we also have specular. So I can choose which one, and also we have glossiness. Okay, so let's add the glossiness to the reflection glossiness tab. So drag and drop, gloss to gloss. How do I know that it's glossiness? You just read the names of the files, and the one that says gloss is glossiness. Then reflection color, you add that to your, you add specular to reflection color, like that. Okay. So now it should start getting a little bit of a texture. I'm not sure if it does. It's kind of hard to tell. One second. Floor. If we look at it as a floor, yeah, okay. So it does get a little bit of it. We can shoot for the stars with this. So that's fine. That seems to be working as expected. Then we want to introduce roughness to the diffuse, and the roughness to the diffuse is added by enabling advanced settings. So this icon right here, diffuse roughness. We find where our roughness lives. There it is. And we just kind of check it in. Like so. Easy. That's the diffuse roughness. You can see how it's kind of starting to take shape. And then we go for the bump, right? So we change it to normal map. We fish out where our normal map is. You'll notice that there are two. Like there is this normal map, and there is this one. And I believe normal bump or normal LOD. I believe you use the one that's more aggressive, that looks more aggressive. Let's just try. Why not? So normal LOD 0. We drag and drop that in. Perfect. Now it's not going to look very natural here. So let's just jump in and change this from sRGB to none. Like that. Great. So now this whole tree trunk is starting to kind of look like a tree trunk, even without any material associated with it, right? Let me give it a little bit of time to render, or rather I'll use my mouse. Yeah, that's looking not that bad. Okay, so you can see additional detail that's created. And finally, once this looks natural, once this looks good, then only then do you start adding the color, the diffuse color. So for this I will be using mix map. Well, first let's check if you have an ambient occlusion map. Oh, you don't? Well, this one can be No, this one's very bad. No, 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 no. So there's no AO or ambient occlusion maps, meaning that we only use albedo. That's fine with us. We just drag and drop in. Oh, stop. We just drag and drop in the albedo color in here, and it should transfer. There we go. Immediate log. Right? These are 3D scanned assets. They are as natural, as realistic as they possibly can be, and they look awesome in my opinion. So I blabbed a lot. Now let me make the second one, or create the second asset as fast as I can. So first of all, figure out which one is it. I think nature tree. Yeah, it's this one. Drag and drop it in. Import. Yes, scale. Stop the render for a bit. Okay, close that. Whoa, this is a big boy. Okay. Also, it's a rotated boy. So assets that are FBX tend to be rotated 90 degrees around the x-axis. So make sure that you are rotating them back like that. Okay, that's our tree trunk. I will create a new material generic tree trunk. There we go. Bam. And let's just fish out albedo. Do we have ambient occlusion? We do not. Okay, so albedo goes in here for reflection. Also roughness. We have roughness goes in here. Then we have specular goes in here. Hello, cavity. No, 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 no. No fuzz. Glossiness. There we go. Oh, I'm stupid. Glossiness goes into reflection color, and no, it doesn't. What am I saying? Glossiness goes into glossiness. And where was it? Specular. Talking and recording is hard, okay? Don't judge me. Yeah, it's hard. It is hard. Normal LOD. There we go. Go in there. Change this to none. We're Gucci. I think that's it. Let's slap it on our tree. If you want to check how the material looks like, you can just change from ghosted view to rendered view. I typically don't do that because it's quite heavy on the graphics card, but if you want to, you can. Now it needs to calculate, so let's give it a little bit of time. While it's doing that, oh, I hope it's not gonna crash. No, it doesn't. Right, but you can see the texture being mapped and so on in the rendered view, but it's so laggy, so laggy. It's not good. Okay, so with this done, let me get back to ghosted. That's so much better. And let's render it out to just check if this is, you know, if we didn't mess up the reflectivity. Yeah, seems to be good. Seems to be good to me. Yeah, that's gonna look sick. Okay, so now, we need to position these bad boys, right? So I'm gonna close this. Yes, I don't need it. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna go to exterior 2. Which part should we turn on? Maybe it's just enough to look at this. Load. No, not load, sorry, to AB horizontal. And can I use this as A? Okay. So where would we put this bad boy here? Where does it fit? That's too much. There we go. Feels like somewhere here, right? So this one should be somewhere here. A little bit closer to us. So let's actually do this in the top view. That's gonna be a little bit more convenient. Yeah, something like that. Because then it's just like a brown thing that happens there. That's fine. A little bit further out, though. Yeah, something like that. Okay, and it needs to be not so high up because it's floating. A floaty boy. So we just drop it. Probably. That's probably fine, right? That's too much. That's too much. Okay. Let's a trick to do this is to change one of the front views or right views, doesn't matter, to change that into perspective view. Right? Navigate to your stump. Zoom to it, zoom select it. Change this to shaded and then push it out or push it up until it just snaps to a weird thing and then doesn't cooperate anymore. Okay, something like this. Something like this should do the trick. Yep. There we go. There we go. So now we will have like a stump there. And in terms of additional kind of this rotting looking thing, I think it needs to be close to the stump, so I'm just going to take it and bring it somewhere here. Just rotate a bit. Yoink. And from there on out, I'm just gonna use this perspective view to probably just sink it in the ground, right? Is it in the ground now? Yes, yes it is. Okay, let's take a look how that looks like. They're a little bit too connected to each other, so I'm gonna move this a little bit inwards. Yep, something like that. Something like that should do the trick. Because it just will create a little bit of more visual interest in this point, in this part. Now, as for creating like a tree or something like that, do we want it? Do we want a tree right here? We kind of do, don't we? Something to happen there, yeah, to fill it in. So I'm going to find, let's say this tree right here, Alt key, make a copy, right next to the stump, move it in place. Let's take a look at our current render. The tree is floating. Yeah, that's a very typical thing to fight against, the floaty trees, floaty boys. Okay, now the tree is indeed fine. And would we like it like that? Yeah, kinda. I think it needs to be a little bit closer to the stump. Something like this. And then you basically have like a very old tree that is dead, and then a new tree that is being reborn from the old tree, you know, the whole shebang. This should be good for this view. Now let's change views. Exterior 1. Nope, that is the wrong viewport. That. Exterior 1. How is this looking like? We are getting the shadow from that tree, which is very nice, but I kind of want more shadows. By the way, you play with shadows, so this needs to now be A. You play with shadows quite a bit. In this case, the shadows will be coming from this side and will be sliding, right? Because just the light conditions are changing. So actually, let's bring it back. Let's bring it back to exterior 2. Let's render exterior too. Why is it not rendering? Hello? Oh, that's because, yeah, it is. It actually is. Okay, so let's talk shadows. Here, the shadow is kinda nice, but I want more of them. You know, just shadows that would go through this meadow. That might be a little bit out of frame. So what I'm gonna do is I'll take this tree and I'll make a copy of it, move it somewhere here, make a, like, just rotate it, move it back so that it's not in the way, but it produces a shadow, and this will break apart the meadow here, and it's going to create a little bit more visual interest on the meadow. So that should be pretty nice. What else? That part, is there anything happening there? Oh yeah, that's the blurry bit. That's fine. I like it. That's fine. That looks good. Let's stop it here. So we are happy with this scene, and then for exterior 1, let's make our exterior 1 a nice little scene. So the shadows of exterior 1 will need to change, and they are dynamic. So not dynamic, but they are different from exterior 2 shot. Where's my 258 31.5? Like that. So these are the shadows that we're using for exterior 1. Okay, and where do we want the trees to be located? Well, I probably should select a different type of tree, right? At this point. Something like that. Yoink. And it's not producing a shadow. Maybe here? Maybe here? Oh my god, really? Oh, there it is. There's the shadow. Oh, that's the facade. I'm just being stupid. That's the shadow. That's the shadow. Okay. So, how do we want this to work? Something like that, I guess. Yep. Let's just double check that exterior 2 does not get messed up by the shot. It kinda does, ain't gonna lie. Kinda does. By adding that. Well, actually, maybe not. Maybe that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine actually. Because this will get eaten up by a bunch of trees here, so it's not that big of a deal. Okay, that's good. And I will be taking this tree and sinking it down as well a little bit. Oh, it's a weird crooked looking dude tree. Okay, so that actually should be fine. Okay, okay, back to back to this. Change this to exterior 1. Wait, nope. Here, exterior 1. Exterior 1. I'm trying to double click, it doesn't change. I think it's it doesn't like me anymore, so I'm gonna stop the render. And I'll try changing it now. Set view, ext1, there we go. Now it's happy again. And yeah, at this point, I think we are done with adding additional stuff. The only thing that I still want to add is a furniture piece on the terrace, because I feel like the terrace is very empty. So let's find a furniture piece that fits nicely, right? I will go to Chaos Cosmos right here. Oops, oops, oops. We don't rotate those. No, no, no. Go back. ext1. Why are my named selections not working anymore? Restore. Okay, fine. I'll do it this way. If these stop responding to you, then you can go in here and just do set view ext1 that way. Okay, so that's locked in place like that. And now let's fish out some sort of a furniture piece. So furniture, outdoor furniture for sure. Oh, that's nice. Deck chair, sure. Let's get that one in here. Is there anything kind of elegant on the that can be on the deck? No, definitely not those. Hanging chair. That's nice, but let's not. Let's not. Okay, so only a deck chair. That's fine. I'll move this away. I'll just slap in the chair right there. Oh, it's a big building, isn't it? Oh, actually, not that big. Okay. So now I have my chair here. I will just position it. That's a weird orientation axis, but sure. And if you want to take your object and you want to position it like vertically, perfectly on the surface. Oh, I'll need to change the tiling of this for sure. On the surface, all you need to do is just a bounding box for the object. M, enter, move, enter from this point, from the bottom point of the bounding box. Or sorry. Oh, right, the C-plane. 1 second. There we go. Make sure that your C-plane is like regular world top C-plane. Okay, and then you M, enter, V, enter, move, enter, vertical, enter from the bottom corner of the bounding box to the top corner of your like terrace surface. And then you have like a chair that fits best, like perfectly with the top surface of the terrace. Then we just make a copy of it. We create a second one. Rotate that a little bit. Bam. And that's that. They are done. Okay. Now it's time to, since now we have the scale, the sense of scale for this, we definitely need to change the tiling on the deck. So it's being tiled every 2 meters. I believe it needs to be every, not 11 meters, 1 meter. The deck tiling was very bad. So let's take a look now. How does that look? Render this. Yeah, that looks fine. That looks fine to me. Now the scale is there, right? And then you're starting to appreciate the size of the building once you add something that is a little bit more human scale. Okay, let's switch to exterior 2 and just kind of investigate if the chairs are not messing up our vibes with the building. They don't seem that they are. Like that. They would be located here, and that would be, yeah, that seems like it's gonna be fine. Okay, we're fine with that. Now we're done. Now we're done with the whole exterior shebang. Let's move into interior and start working on that. I will be showing the exterior renders. I'll be rendering everything out. Final production renders once interior is also done. So for us, it's time to choose. To choose what kind of angles will we have in the interior. I will just save the file because I know once you start rendering the interior, the file typically starts becoming unstable because you just are adding so many objects in the scene. Let's give it some time. Okay, there we go. That's saved. And let's just change from exterior 2 to set view perspective. Let's find those nice angles in our interior to render out. One of my tutorials I did this, but I'm not sure. Maybe something like that. Maybe not. Something like that, perhaps. We could do something like so. That might be a pretty cool angle. Let's render this to see. Just to kind of see how it looks like at the extremely wide screen. It's very dark, but that's fine. We'll fix the darkness. I'm just looking at how things are arranged. Yeah, that's gonna be awesome. That's gonna look really good once we have like the lighting setup and so on. And let me switch the shutter speed to 3200. Just to give it more breathing room. Actually 1600. I'll write down that we were using 4800 as a shutter speed. Always have a pen and paper next to you. Okay, that's good, but we need light, right? So that's the first thing that you do in the interior is you create light. Two ways of how to create light. Either drive the sunlight into your scene, right? So you just take the light source and you kind of move it around, you know, until the sunlight hits your scene, and then you play around with the angle until the angle is nice. And once the angle is nice, you call it a day, right? And you write it down. Oh yeah, and we should save this view. So save interior 1. We'll do 2 of them. This is going to be 1 of them. Okay, so this is I think this angle is fine. I will use it. So let's just have it going like so, something like that. So I need to write it down. 127.2 and 31.5 for int 1. There we go. Now we have 3 different light positions for different purposes, for different camera angles. Okay, once this is done, we start adding in assets as per usual. So the main thing that I want to do here is to actually change the what's the word? Change the material of this, because I feel like this is a little bit too on the nose. Introduce some lights here as well as here, and in general just furniture and so on. So it's gonna be mostly assets based, so I don't really need to keep rendering it. But now when I look at the beams, they are too glossy, so I actually want to go in here and find my metal brushed, which I can clearly see is very kind of shiny, bright metal, and I'll try to darken it this way just to see if it darkens. No, it doesn't. Okay, so the way you darken a texture is you go into your metal brushed, for instance, into the color texture, where here you will have the triplanar mapping. That's fine. You go into the texture that is used within the triplanar mapping. And here, this is the image that's used for the brushed texture. So under color manipulation, you can decrease the color gain to make it darker. Right? And you can see as I'm decreasing it, my beams are becoming darker and darker and darker. Like that. And then I'm also, yeah, so now it looks like this. And also I think that it's a little bit too shiny. So the reflection color, I'll tone it down just a tiny bit. So that it's not as reflecting. So we're kind of dealing more with iron-like structure rather than aluminum, right? Just made them darker. Okay, let's talk lights. Lights. If you're just using V-Ray sunlight or Rhino sunlight for your interiors, you're not gonna have a fun time. What you want to do is you want to create a rectangular light that is surrounding the building, like these kind of large rectangles that are shining light into the building, right? That just enhances the amount of light that the interior receives. So actually, let me take this and I will save it, just so that we can compare, right? A noisy image, that's fine. But I'm gonna save that image. I'll stop the render and I will create my first light source, like artificial light source for this shot. And also we probably need to change the lens length a little bit. Well, later. So these windows right here, huh? I will go into the stop part here, and I'll choose this little icon, the little triangle icon that expands all of the settings, and I'll choose the first option, rectangle light tool. And basically at this point it just asks me to draw a rectangle, so sure, I'll just draw it anywhere like that, and let's just lift it up to look at it. You'll see it's basically a rectangle that has an arrow. The arrow indicates the direction at which that rectangle shines light. As easy as that. Right, I will create a new layer, call it lights, or I can't call it lights. I already have one that says lights, don't I? Yes, I have one that says lights, so I need to say like V-Ray lights. V-Ray lights. I'll just change my rectangle light into, like, add it to that layer. Always keep things clean. Rotate it 90 degrees and bring it to the to your facade. Scale it up. Just make it bigger. Make it taller. Something like that. Right? This should be good enough. So we have a V-Ray light that is shining from this angle. You can also add V-Ray lights shining from here, but since this is such a large building or large area of glass, I don't think we need to kind of shine light from all sides. Perhaps two sides will be enough. So I'm going to create, I'm holding down the Alt key, I'm making a copy of this rectangle tool, or sorry, rectangular light. And I'm just kind of moving it to here, scaling it down. And I'm just gonna position it right before the window. Right before the window, like so. Actually, here as well, right? Needs to shine through both windows, so like that. Something like so. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Back to interior 1, back to the shot. Let me start rendering, and you'll notice that it's not great. It's not gonna be great. But it's going to be, well, something. Nuclear explosion, yay! But you can see how much more light is now being generated. That's important. That's something that we actually want. The thing that we don't want is the big white rectangular lamps that are shown through our windows, because you can see the lamp here, the rectangular light here, and the rectangular light here. So we need to hide them. How do you do that? You go to your Vray asset editor, you go to lights, and your rectangle light is going to be here. You might say, hey, I have two. Why is there only one shown here? Well, that's because you were copying, right? Every single light that you copy from the original will be controlled by the settings of the original, right? If you want a unique one, you need to not copy but rather create it, or you can select the copied one and then go to come on, there we go to properties and make unique. Then you're gonna have two separate settings for two separate lights, right? Okay, back in here, under my rectangle light settings, the options are pretty, parameters and options are pretty simple. You have the intensity, so you can control how strong they shine, right? One. Pretty dark, right? So I think default is 100. Let's keep it at 100. Then you have the shape, either rectangle or a disc. I think for it to work like a disc, no, it does work like a disc now, just a very big one. So use a rectangle. Then this is the size of the lamp, or of the rectangle, and the directionality. So for directionality, just look at the preview here. This is 0 directionality, this is 1. It's like a projector, right? And this is like 0.48. It's like kind of a projector, right? So how focused the light is. You want directionality to be close to 0. It can be like 0.1, but pretty close to 0. Then the interesting bits. Invisible. Yes. You turn it on and bam, the lights are gone. Easy as that. But they're not really gone, because they're still goddammit shown in the reflections right here. So even though they're invisible, affect specular and affect reflections, both of those will show the lights, right? So what you want is you want to untick and affect reflections. If you untick affect specular, then they will not, they will only affect the color of the scene, only the diffuse color of the scene, which is also fine. But I feel like affecting specular is a good thing, except that you want the value to be lower. So not 1, but perhaps something a little bit weaker, maybe 0.2 or something like that. Just a little bit, you know. Affect atmospherics is basically the fog. If you want the fog to create God rays, so you always have this on. It's fine. It looks nice. Texture resolution 512. That's okay. Don't worry about that one. Okay, you can also change of course, the color of them. You can make them, you know, whatever color you want, but we don't work with that. Okay, and now for the intensity, let's find the value that works. I think 50, maybe 30. Yeah, something like that. 30 seems like it's gonna do the trick. And honestly, the staircase here is very dark, so I will try to create, where's my, I want the top view, set view, top. There we go. Find the light. There's the light. I'll just make a copy of this and bring it onto the other side of the building, right here. Rotate it around and kind of bring it in hopes that it's going to shine on the staircase. It does not. Okay, so since this one does not matter, I can keep it. I'm actually gonna keep it. That's fine. I'm keeping it. Because I might just change the camera angle and then it's gonna start mattering, right? So for the staircase, I need to create a separate light source to shine here. How do we do that? Well, we create another rectangular light, duh. So in the top view, maybe the perspective view, doesn't really matter. Just make sure that it's ghosted. Come on. There we go. That's the staircase. Let me make it bigger for you. Up. Up, up, up. There we go. That's the staircase. And basically it's too dark. It's too dark, you can't see anything, so we need to create some form of lighting for the staircase. One way is to just create a rectangular light here that shines down. Perhaps that is indeed the way. Let's think about this for just a second. And for this I will stop the render. Oh yeah, and now we can also, I'm gonna just show you the two variations, right? So AB, that's A, and let's just go through them. This is without, this is with. See how much more kind of bounce light there is in the scene? This is without the rectangular lights, this is with the rectangular lights. Like these areas become much more lively, right? So use those. You use that technique. It's a good technique. You of course need to balance it, or else it's gonna be a little bit washed out. But it's a pretty decent technique. Okay, back to here. How do we? There are spotlights here that we could just direct into to shine here. Maybe that's what we're gonna be doing. Okay, let's do it this way. Right. Here, I remember that the design of this was that a bonsai tree should stand here. So I'm just gonna find a bonsai tree amongst the vegetation. I think it's vegetation, right? Or maybe let's just search bonsai. Only this one, but it's red, so that works. I'm fine with that. Fine with that. There might be more. There might just not be called bonsai trees. Just Google, you'll find them. Or not Google, but search for them amongst the assets. Perhaps it's under accessories. Decoration? Whoa, that's gnarly. Okay, we're gonna do this a little bit later. The decoration comes in later, but for now the bonsai tree is actually important. So I'm gonna position it here. Is it not? Yeah, that's fine. Probably. Yeah, that's fine. So I'm gonna position the bonsai tree here. Make sure that it is in a good, Quixel library, for instance, in a good layer. And I will create spotlights for the bonsai tree. So the way you create spotlights is pretty simple, actually. You just, instead of rectangular light here, you use spotlight tool. This one. Bam. Asks you for where does the cone start. And I would suggest starting it from somewhere kind of close to the ceiling, but definitely not inside of the ceiling. So what I like doing is just creating a center point, and just starting from, here, from the center point of the object. Then it asks me for a radius, so how wide is it? I don't know. You will be able to change all of these settings, by the way. So I'm just gonna give it a radius of 1,000, a meter. And asks me for, oh, I'm stupid. Sorry. Again, escape, again. Spotlight, actually it starts from what is it focusing on, not where is it focusing from. So actually we start from the tree here. And then for the radius, we will define the radius of, let's go for 500 maybe. 500 millimeters, and then only then do you snap to one of these like lamp holes here, so that it starts from the lamp hole. And what I like doing is just moving it slightly below the lamp, so that it's definitely not being intersected by any geometry. Right, that's our spotlight. Now if I render this, start the render. You can see that it's kind of getting a light source on it, maybe, and it's very hard to tell if it's happening or not. And actually, I'll just render only the tree for now. Maybe a bit more, something like that, right? And I'll go to settings or asset editor, spotlight, and here I will just disable it. Okay, so it's not the spotlight that this tree is getting the light from, because if I turn this on, doesn't really change much, right? So that's because it's using a very, very high decay of inverse square. This is normal, by the way. Inverse square is a normal type of decay. And you can even see in the preview, it's very dark, right? So what we need to do is we need to increase the intensity for the spotlights to a crazy amount. That's 2000. That still doesn't work. 20,000 still doesn't work. 200,000 still doesn't work. 2 million starts kinda, maybe starts working. Not so sure, right? That's without, that's with. At this point, I am starting to think that I messed up. Because this is a scary amount, isn't it? Let's try 10 million. 100 million, really? Yeah. So that's 100 million units of intensity, right? It just, once you start using inverse square, the logic of how, you know, the values just break down. So instead of default scalar units, you should use watts, the power of in radiant power, right? And here you can specify, you know, a 60 watt light bulb. That's how much light it's going to produce. 60 or 40 watts, right? Much better, much easier to work with, right? So then we kind of want to color this in a warmer light. So I'm just going to, instead of using a pure white color, I'll just go for orange and just ever so slightly tint it with orange light, like that. And then the two other settings that I would like to show you is the cone angle. That's, you know, how wide the cone is. Notice that the wider the cone, the less focused it becomes. The more narrow the cone, the more focused it is, right? And then we have penumbra angle, which is basically the bleed, the color bleed. Again, the accuracy drops down, not accuracy, but the intensity drops down. Then there's shadow radius, don't mess with shadow radius, and all of these, like, does it produce shadows, does it affect the diffuse, blah blah blah, all of these settings. Already covered those. So let's find an angle that, you know, looks nice as a spotlight. I think cone angle should be like 5 and penumbra angle should be like 45. Maybe 30. Yeah, something like that. Then we're getting like a pretty decent output here. Okay, now let's stop the render and let's create a few spotlights in this area in particular. So I'm going to disable that, close that, and this spotlight, since we already know that it works, I can just simply make a copy of it, move it over here, get that focus point of the spotlight, and let's say this one shines a little bit like that, something like that, right? And then one more spotlight, come on, just give it to me. Yeah, there we go. One more that gets copied over here. I copied it way too far, like that. And that just shines. Where's the focus? Focus. There's the focus point. Shines onto the staircase. Just like that. Easy. Now we go back to our interior one shot. Actually, I want to change the angle of it to a little bit wider angle. So instead of 50 millimeters, I'll use a 40 millimeter lens. I think that is gonna be a little bit nicer. Wait, am I? Oh, that's the wrong. Sorry, here. 40 millimeter lens. Like that. Pretty hard getting that in the shot, so I might need to change shots to something like this. So maybe our second shot will be something like that. We'll see. For now, back to here, 40. Actually, back to 50. Tutorial, goddammit, not design. Tutorial, render, don't talk, render. I will do another fast forward quite soon. Our tree is definitely being showcased now. All of the lights are here. There is starting to become enough of the light in the scene. One thing that bothers me is the emissive map here in our lights is too weak. You can see here it's too weak, so I need to fix that. I will go to my materials, emissive, and I'll just increase the intensity to probably like 5, something like that. That should do it. Come on. Yeah, now they seem like they're glowing. That's fine. Now we need more lights. So this is the lights tutorial, right? So more lights. For interior, for here, I kind of needed to create proper spotlights for the tree, right? Because we want to focus it in. But for everything else, for instance here, we don't really need like a strong or very focused light. So what I can do is I can create a rectangular light that just kind of approximates. Well, I need to do it. I need something to snap to. I think center point is not being great to me right now. Yeah, just a rectangular light, move it up. Make sure that it's rotated properly. And just move it above the lights that you want to use for this, right? And then you just scale, even more, something like that. And that looks fine. Is it fine? Move over there. Up, too much. Back. Yep, that's gonna be fine. So this light is going to be pretty weak. I'm just going to drop it down to 30. I'm going to give it the same color as what I'm giving the spotlight. So to give it a color, you just drag and drop the colors from here to here. It's gonna now have the same color, and I'll give it a little bit more directionality, so 0.25. Let's just see. That should look pretty good. Oh yeah, invisible. Forgot to make it invisible, so now it's just a plane that's shining light. No. You need to be invisible. There we go. So now I feel like that's enough of kind of materiality in or not material, light sources in the scene. I might end up adding one more right here underneath this light source because there's going to be a sculpture that stands here. Let's find the sculpture. Bam. And after I've added the sculpture and created a spotlight for it, then I will do a fast forward. So for decoration, let's just find some form of... Really? I don't like that. I don't like those one bit. Okay, Quixel to the rescue? Maybe? Nature, not nature. 3D assets, historical, Roman Empire, statue. Hell yeah, Roman statue. That looks kind of sick, doesn't it? Let's add it in. Download. 90 megabytes of sickness though. Okay, show in folder, copy. Pop. Wrong folder. Back in here, Quixel. Sculptures. That's close enough. And just extract. At this point, I'm not gonna be explaining what I'm doing because it should be, you know, I've done that already 3 times. So hopefully you followed along. I'm not being passive aggressive, by the way. Okay, so we have the import file, bam, bam. That's done. Back in here, let's navigate it to the proper position, rotate it 90 degrees, move. Just find like a proper placement for it. Oh, that's very big, so let's make it smaller, 0.8. Is that fine? It's kind of fine. Kind of want it to be then bigger here. Slightly bigger here. Yeah. And we do the bounding box trick, where we just select the whole shape with the bounding box, vertical, and we just move it down. There we go. That's our sculpture now. So the spotlight is going to hit our sculpture. I'm just gonna borrow the spotlight from here. If I manage to click on it, there we go. Borrow, move. That is not, absolutely not how you move it, but it's good enough. Get the focus point and move it to the, let's say, the neck area, and get the stemming point or the base point and move it to the midpoint right here. That is not where we ended. That is also, we need to move it into the middle and just slightly below, or else it's just gonna be a whole damn mess. And this actual spotlight I will make unique, so I select it, I go to properties, make unique, bam. So now I can change it separate from the spotlights over there. Why are they now so big? Hello? Why are these now so big? Is it me? I did it, didn't I? Oh my god. Okay. Back in here, under spotlight, the initial one. I'll just call this one spotlight sculpture. Under the initial spotlight, I will change this to, oops, not this one. That was 45, or no, that was 30, that was 5. Okay, now these are back to being normal, while this one is definitely not. So 5, we start with 530 and then we'll figure it out. All right. Let's render. Let's see how this will. Oh yeah, materials. Sculpture. There we go. Albedo. Perfect. Do we have ourselves a roughness? Yep. Do we have ourselves a specular? Yep. Perhaps a glossiness? Yep. Then do we have ourselves a normal map? You guessed it. Yep. And the normal map is none. None raw. Okay, and don't forget to attach it to the sculpture. It's time. It's time. It's time to render. Bam. How does that look? That looks good, doesn't it? I think it looks good. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that looks fine. So we keep it. We keep it. I still don't like the rock here, so I'm gonna find another rock material that is more pretty than this one. And maybe brighter, so it's gonna be under surfaces. Let me speed up the further process. It's just gonna be me adding materials and assets, nothing to talk about. Okay, let's talk about additional thing in terms of lighting, which is called mesh lights. So for instance, this lamp right here, I want to have an object inside that will produce light. I don't want to use emissive material because I keep repeating emissive materials should not be used as light sources. So how do I make this inner cylinder produce light? Well, here under your lights, if you have this selected, you will find this option, mesh light. If I click on it, then suddenly this object right here is transformed into a light source. So under here, under mesh light, I can find it, and I can find all of its kind of options that I can change here. Not a lot of them, but hey, it's better than nothing. So that's how you create a mesh light. Now I feel like I'm very close to finishing this interior one, at least at the level at which I would want to showcase it to you in this tutorial. So let me just kind of hit a quick render. I've added a few, furniture pieces, a few bits here and there. Nothing too fancy, nothing overly extreme. Just something to kind of pique interest of people. So let's take a gander. Seems like 50 mil for the camera angle is too much, or not too much, just right. Sorry, too much. It's just right for the camera angle. Yeah, feels like this is coming together nicely. It's a little bit heavy on this side with the pears as well as the bread, so one of them needs to go. I think it's gonna be the pears that need to go. So instead of the pears, I need to find an asset that will have a lower profile. Let's see. That's gonna be under kitchen accessories, isn't it? No, it's gonna be under tableware and food. Let's find something that is not pears. Pizza, no. Lower profile, please. Lower than that, please. Damn it, everything here is pretty high. Oh, there we go. Pomegranates. Yeah, I think we're gonna go for pomegranates instead of pears. This should be a pretty good balancing object. How does that look like? Yeah, in terms of color and accessory, now I have red, brown, red, which means that here I need something to counterbalance it. Now we're talking about composition, right? So let's find strawberries, for instance. Those are red, or apples. Let's do apples, because I don't like the white plate of strawberries. Apples will look a little bit better here. Render that. I just stopped rendering at one point. So let's start rendering it again. Let's jump to our interior. And this shot right here, zoom in. Yeah, definitely not on the table, are you? Put it here. Yep, that should be fine. Yep, so now we can visually kind of draw this arch underneath, and at the top, don't forget, we will have the trees. Let me just turn on ring 1 of the trees so that you understand why I'm choosing the color scheme that I'm choosing, you know, for the bottom. That's kind of it, honestly. That's kind of it in terms of setting things up. Let me just double check if I have missed any of the kind of key things, key options that I would like to show. No, that seems fine. Let's actually find our last angle. Oh yeah, and that's the mesh light that I was talking about. We could do an angle like that. Well, a nicer one. Something like that, but I kind of feel like that's overused. Shall we just look at the other side? Just like this. Yeah, welcome to my world where I just spend hours and hours just trying to find the nice angle. You know, the nice angle. So perhaps something like this. Well, that's pretty minimal, isn't it? Yep, I think that's gonna render out pretty nicely. This kind of a look. It's very, very, very minimal here. For good or bad, I'm still not so sure. Let's actually check out how crooked the camera is. It's not that crooked. Just a little bit more like so. Oh, it didn't react. How come is that? Ah, now it did. Yep, something like that. I'll just call it interior 2. And we're gonna say that we are done with this. There are some things that I will change before rendering out the final images. But in terms of the functionality, everything that I have wanted to tell you, I have told you. Yep. So last thoughts before I kind of show you the final steps of the rendering process. So I'll render all of these at a high resolution. But the last thoughts. One thing that really helps with rendering out high quality objects or high quality renders is not having sharp corners in your models. So notice here, if I zoom into this box, the box is actually chamfered. It doesn't have a sharp corner, right? How do you achieve that? You select any object that you want to soften the edges of, that you want the edges to catch light. You select any object, you go to edge softening, the properties, edge softening, and here you choose to have it on, chamfered with 3 millimeters of edge softening. And you will notice that in this model, like almost every, like I zoom in, come on. Of course, not that one. Immediately as I try to show you, it just is not softened. But for instance, this one is softened and this one is not. And if I were to render, actually, let's render this out for me to kind of drive home the idea of edge softening. Come on, load. Come on. There we go. Now it's rendering. So that kind of a edge, if we look from outside, this is more unnatural than this. This is how actually, if you look at your table, if you look at like the monitor edge and any edge, it's actually behaving much closer to what you observe here rather than what you observe here. It doesn't have that sharp line, right? So this is a very important thing to do, especially for objects that are quite close. So on, chamfer, softening of 3 mil or 2 millimeters depending on how aggressive you want to be with it, but basically, yeah, getting that softened edge in there. Besides that, there's not much for me to say or to show you. All of the second floor, I will keep that dark, while the first floor will be bright. So yeah, it's time to render final images. Let's talk about those. Let's talk about how do you render final images, what kind of settings to use. So I'll go back to exterior 1. I'll definitely, well, we will save before we start rendering. So I'll go to my asset editor and I'll just make sure to turn on everything, right? So where was it? Lights, no, objects, sorry, objects. All of the scatters, those are turned on, and also camera, depth of field, that is turned on. Remember this, the depth of field of the camera, that the way we made this only works on the exterior, right? Because we're focusing on the facade, like the middle beam of the facade, right? So for the interior, make sure that the depth of field, you use a different kind of a focus, right? So for every render, click where you're gonna be focusing, right? So that's our exterior 2, or rather exterior 1. Let's go for exterior 2 actually. I wanna render this, start the rendering from exterior 2. I changed the light to, where's my Rhino document send? There it is. I changed the light to 138 and 49.9. There we go. That's done. All of my trees are in place. Everything is in place. Now I change the size of my final render. So the final render output, I would suggest that it's medium plus or high. Better if it's medium plus. You won't need to wait as long. But the size of it needs to be 4K. So what is 4K, you ask? Let me Google that for you. Again, not passive aggressive, I'm just saying 4K resolution. There we go, that's 4K. You'll notice that if you type in 4K here, like that resolution 3840-2160, if you type in that here, let's say 3840-2160, these two numbers, they don't match, right? That's because we're using a wider screen aspect ratio. So your lower value needs to be, let's not do that. Your lower value needs to be 4K. So out of these two, right? You just type in this one because this is the height of the screen, right? So you type in this one into the second number, 2160. That's gonna be plenty of, let's say, with 2000 pixels, you would be able to print it out on A2, kinda, A2 size, not really, in between A3 and A2 sized images. So if you want to print on A1 or A0, this number just, you know, multiplies. But for just our visuals, 2160 should be good enough, and we render, right? Don't we? We do. So make sure that you save before you render, and then you just click the render button and you're good to go. Once it's done, you save the image. I will render all of the images, and then once I'm done, we will continue on. Hi, it is me again. I forgot to mention one last thing before you do the physical rendering or the actual rendering, is the layers, render elements tab, this one right here. So two things actually. I also had to change the shutter speed back to, because I was dealing with interior shots and now we're dealing with the exterior shot. I had to change back the shutter speed, but besides the point. The point is that we have here the render elements, where you can render out different portions of the scene of your model, right? Different portions as a separate layer. So what I mean by that is, for instance, let me really quickly turn this back to like 480 and get rid of all of the trees and whatnot. And let's also do the, you don't need to follow along with this, by the way. This is just for me to show you. So I enable material override. I disable the trees and all of the other crap, just simply because I want this to render as fast as possible. Also, it's pretty small now. So I'm going to start rendering it in real time. But before we begin, we need to add a channel. It's a channel element, a render element. So the one that I'm going to be using is called Z-depth. Z-depth. This one, right? And also I'll be using actually two. The second one that I really like using is called, let's create a new one here, render elements. Let's just find light mix. There we go. This one right here, light mix. Bam. Light mix basically just creates a very nice option for you to change different light sources in the scene individually. So if you want, after you've finished rendering, so if you want one portion of the render to be brighter, one light in the render to be brighter, you can do that after the render. If you have light mix turned on, you can see there's almost no parameters here. And more importantly, Z depth. this one right here. This one asks you for what's the near distance and far distance for creating this kind of a map that maps the pixels according to how bright and how dark they are. The closer the object is to you, the brighter it's gonna appear. The farther it is from you, the darker it's gonna appear, right? So I'm going to just say, let's go to top view. I'm going to just measure it like so from my camera with distance. I'll specify the distance map for this shot is gonna be 159 meters, right? 159. So near distance is 0, far distance is 159. 0, 0, 0, of course. And then actually it doesn't start at 0 because I don't want only objects that are located right on the camera to be white. I want, you know, kind of somewhere here them to be already white. So let's say the near distance is distance from here to, let's say here, 39 meters, right? Usually you dial it in, like you first kind of create two arbitrary numbers like so, and then as you start real-time rendering it, you will start noticing the, what's the word that I'm looking for? Oh, that's a wrong camera angle. You'll be able to change the values, you know, and kind of dial them in with the render shown. So exterior 2 actually, please render. Are we good? Yeah, we're good. Okay. So it's rendering, again, it's rendering no materials, well, except the glass and the wood deck, because we used don't override, but overwritten materials, and it's rendering it fast, just simply because we want to dial in. If I expand this RGB color, you can see all of these. We can dial in the Z depth map, this one. Bam. That's how it looks like. And do we like what we see? Kinda. To a certain extent, yes. Let me turn on the furthest trees that we have. Ring 1 trees. Just to see how it reacts to those. Yeah, those are a little bit too dark. So I want to actually far distance to bring it even more back. So 159, let's do 200 meters. It's gonna take a little bit of time for it to adjust. Or did it already adjust? I think maybe it did. Yeah, it did. Okay, it did. So 200 is also a little bit too little, to maybe 250. 250 here and maybe 50 here. So it's there's no science behind it. You just kind of keep playing around with it until you find a value that kind of works. Let's try re-rendering just to make sure that Vray is not forgetting that we want the Z-depth map to be updated. Oh, there we go. Now it's updated. So now this feels a little bit too bright and this feels a little bit too bright. We don't have enough depth. So let me stop there, and at this point I'm pretty confident that 220 here and around 40 here will do the trick just fine. So that's Z depth. Let's actually, okay, let's start rendering again, because I want to also show you the other one, the light mix element, render element. So back here in RGB color channel, that's your actual render, right? If you expand the right hand side, you can see source is now changed to light mix. If you select it, you will be presented with every single light that you have in your scene and you will be able to change those lights. So what I like doing is I like disabling every single light. Just like that. Bam. Like that. And then I turn on the light gen dome. So this is indirect illumination from the atmosphere. And then we look at mesh light 1. Or actually we can look at it like so. It's not... Oh yeah, sorry. Mesh light is being overwritten, isn't it? Yes, because it's in the tube. That's our tube light, and the glass is overwritten, so it's not gonna be shown. Well, it is what it is. That's fine. Rectangular light number 1. Right? Those are our spotlights here. Rectangular light, like the second rectangular light. This is something that we don't need, right, in our exterior render. So I will have this turned off. This one as well, turned off. This one as well, turned off. So these 3 rectangular lights are turned off in our exterior render. This is where we start bashing them together and kind of figuring out what works, what doesn't. Spotlight sculpture, yeah, sure, let's have it there. If you want to change the color of it, you can, by the way. You can just make it purple if you want to. It's such a strong tool, right? Because we're dealing with this in a render, right? So even after you've rendered your image out, you can still adjust this. Spotlight 1, that's the bonsai. 2, that's the staircase. 3, that's the bonsai and the staircase. Environment light, well, oh, wait. Oh, right. We're using light gen dome, so environment light doesn't matter. Self-illumination, we don't have any of those. And rest. Rest is the sunlight, right? The sunlight that you're getting. Oh, sorry, Rhino document sun is the sunlight that you're getting. What is rest? Rest is gonna be the glow from the fog. Yeah, Rhino document sun. And now you can start saying, okay, once I turn on the sun, all of these get drowned out and they're a little bit too cold. So you can just say, no, the spotlights should be like 3 times more intense. Like that. And they should have a color. Like that. And the color should be... Can I copy the color, please? Nope. Okay. Oh, but I can use it as recent. That's nice. Bam, bam, bam. We're gonna do a lot of this kind of work after we finish the rendering, so now I will start the rendering, right? For now, just don't mess with this, I guess. Just have everything turned on, have all of the colors. If you right-click it, they reset. Have everything set to 1. We will do this once we see the final render, right? Right. Okay. So now I will run it. Let's roll it back. Stop that. Close. Go back to my settings. Turn on to 160. That's the size. What else is there? Shutter speed is fine. Turn off material override. And turn on all of the greenery. I think that's that, right? I think that's that. This asks to be updated. I will just update it. Okay. I'll just update it. Seems to be good. Everything is here. Everything seems to be ready to go. I'm just final test or final checks before flight. Yeah, we're ready. We're gonna render. So the reason for final thoughts. Reason for the Z-depth map is because with it in Photoshop later we will be able to control or create a fog effect, right? So keep an eye out for the Z-depth map when you're creating fogs. Okay, now time to render. There we go. All scenes are done. For you, before you actually hit that render button, wait a second. Just wait, I will talk about optimizations and what works, what doesn't work, and just in general how to set it all up so that it doesn't fail. First, most important thing is, will you render with GPU CPU or RTX, or sorry, CPU CUDA, not GPU, or RTX, right? Which one of these? So you can see that here, my engine, I ended up rendering at 5K resolution with CPU, simply because neither RTX nor CUDA were able to handle the sheer amount of information that was in the scene due to the proxies, the assets inside, the materials and whatnot. So if your graphics card gets overwhelmed in terms of memory, of how much stuff you have in the scene, then it's simply going to give you an error saying memory allocation failed, and it just kind of closes the render dialog without any warning whatsoever. The only way of how you can kind of fight against that, or actually two ways. One way is reducing the image size, right? Reducing the image size drastically to a level where the textures that are needed for the image are small enough, the pixels are small enough, so that the graphics card does not get overwhelmed. Second way, actually it's three. Sorry, I just keep increasing the number. It's three. The second one is under, if I have RTX turned on, for instance, under optimizations, I believe. No, it's under Vray GPU right here. Render parameters, Vray GPU. Under here, we expand this and you will see resize on-demand MIP mapping instead of full-size textures. What this does, it basically says that all of the objects that have geometries far in the distance, right? So trees that are in the distance, leaves that are in the distance and so on, that are just like 2 pixels big, their textures that are used will be resized to be smaller, right? And things that are in front will keep, the textures will stay large. This optimizes the size of the textures and saves your video memory. As a reference, RTX 3080 that I'm using has dedicated GPU. Oh, you can access it and check yourselves by right-clicking on the menu, the bottom bar. The bottom bar. I know you can't see it, but I'm right-clicking on the bottom. How is this called? 1 second. Toolbars. Doesn't matter how it's called. Taskbar. Okay, so right-clicking on the taskbar, clicking on Task Manager, opens up this window. You might see it like so. Just click on More Details, open it up, go to Performance, find your GPU, and read dedicated GPU memory. If this, during render, reaches the maximum, which in my case it's 10, the render times will get super slow. If it goes beyond the maximum, then it just crashes. It doesn't work, right? So GPU is very finicky. It's very fast, but if you reach the limit, it's not gonna render. So MIP mapping, on-demand MIP mapping, makes it so that, you know, you're optimizing the textures for it. Okay, last optimization that I would suggest is taking your assets where you have, let me go for shaded maybe. Yeah, shaded will be fine. Taking the assets that you have in your scene where you're using proxies, scattering, and splitting them into more than like 3 parts. And then for each camera angle, choosing which ones matter and which ones don't. And just not, remove the scatter host, removing the scatter from the areas where you're not rendering them, right? This also greatly optimizes the scene. So with all of this done, I still couldn't render out a 5K resolution image, right? But here you see it, right? So what happened? Well, I actually had to switch to bear with me. There we go. I had to switch to CPU rendering. CPU rendering is, let's just say, it's not the fastest, compared to GPU, but it's stable, it has more functionality, and it uses not graphics card memory, but it uses your RAM, the performance memory, this bad boy right here. And I have 48 gigabytes of it compared to 10 gigabytes of GPU memory, so almost 5 times more. And this one worked like a charm. It rendered out. Unfortunately, due to, you do need to sacrifice the speed for stability, right? So my render, this one, I had to stop it in the morning once I woke up. It ran overnight. It took 7 hours and 15 minutes to complete. But now I can zoom into it and kind of look at the different nice reads. As an example, let me select this, click on the little compare button. Yep, like that. Oh, come on. A. There we go. This render right here took 13 minutes. And the one on the right here took 7 hours, right? Initially, you can't really see a lot of difference. But if we kind of zoom in, then it becomes pretty clear, right? Which one's which. So it's an exponential curve. The size of the image is an exponential curve of how big or how long it's gonna take. Other angles, such as, let's stop comparing. Such as this one, I did them in a different way, but this angle took around 2 hours to complete, comparing to this 10-minute render right here. This is 10 minutes, 10 hours, or 2 hours, 10 minutes, 2 hours. Let's zoom in to the facade. Even a facade really shows the, a great deal of difference. Like that. And stop comparing. And I don't remember the interior ones, but they were around a few hours. It's only the first one that was very long. I think this interior shot, this took like 4 hours, something like that. Pretty good resolution. Quite convincing already here. And this shot right here, I think it was a little bit more than an hour, right? So was pretty fast. Okay, let's talk about what do you need to do before you start rendering. So now, let's say you've decided that, okay, I'm gonna just make it stable and I'm gonna just render it out with CPU. That's fine. Or you might say, no, I'm gonna do RTX and I'm gonna optimize it. That's fine as well. But you do need to specify, before you start rendering, the save image area. Or alternatively, you don't need to if you are sure that you will be next to your computer once it finishes rendering, and you can file, save as, save all image channels to a single file and you just save it. But I would strongly suggest just going here and making it automatic, right? So save image, file path, choosing the file path where you're gonna save it. Rendering, Vray, output, output, and here choose Vray raw image files. The reason for that, the reason why we choose Vray raw image files is because then you are able to, or EXR, either one of those. Once it's saved, once it's rendered and saved on your desktop, then you're able to open it up back again and place it inside of Vray frame buffer and make edits to it. So then you can do file, load image, and let's just find, where was it? Vray raw V-Ray, there we go. VR image, that's the 7-hour image that was rendered, 5K resolution. You'll notice that it's 1.2 gigabytes in size. That is normal. So you save the, or sorry, you open up the VR image, it's going to open up here, just like that. And then you will be able to make all of the different adjustments that we will be making right now. Right? For instance, the light mix. So make sure that you're saving the images, even the raw ones, on your computer, right? Now we will make adjustments to the images before we save them as JPEGs for Photoshop. And in Photoshop we won't do as much with them, we will just do a few things, because here we will still have the Z-depth map that we will be able to work with to create a nice little fog effect. Except for that we'll need to figure out, because that should be black. I don't know why that's not black. Anyway, that's fine, I guess. So source, light mix. So you select your image, you go to, first we start with source, light mix. Here I don't want those rectangular lights that I had. You can even see the rectangular light hitting the roof right here. You know, I had them for the interior. I don't want them here. So I'm going to remove, which one is that? That's the wrong one. There we go. That one, gone. That one, gone. And that one, gone. Actually, I kind of like that one. Do we keep it? Oops. No, we don't. We want this to be pretty dark, right? So now, with those rectangle lights gone, we have, you know, a little bit of a darker blob here, which is, or area here, which in terms of composition is a bit better. Then Rhino documents sun. I feel like the sun is fine. Spotlights. Oh yeah, that's the spotlight for the sculpture. We can make it a little bit brighter, or maybe not that bright, 1.5, but a little bit warmer, so that it fits with, you know, these color tones a bit better. That's a little bit too much. There we go. Something like that. Then next one, what's this spotlight? That's the tree. Actually, I kind of like the color toning of the tree versus the leaves there. That's similar. I like it. That's fine. So we keep it. Besides that, honestly, there's not much. Well, self-illumination of the fog, that might be something that we would like to work on, but maybe not. Sorry for kind of spending so long on this. I just want it to be pretty. All right. So let's call it fine for this image. Then let's look at other settings that we have here. So let's say our lights are done, are fixed. Then we go to denoiser, and we see that we can't denoise this image. That's because we didn't press, where is it? The denoise button, which is right here, denoiser V-Ray, that was turned off. That means that here we don't have an option to denoise, which is fine with me. Again, I prefer the grain, you know, this kind of a noise, this grain, over smudge that the denoiser creates. So I don't mind that. Sharpen blur, you can calculate sharpen blur, and you can find like areas where you can kind of make it a little bit sharper, a little bit more crisp, or you can blur it as well, right? So you're kind of working with both the sharpening and the blurring of the image, right? Typically, for the sharpen blur, I right-click reset, and I do calculate it, and I use the default values. They're very soft, very smooth. Let me hide this. This is before, this is after, before, after. See the difference? Hopefully YouTube doesn't compress it too much, but there is a slight difference between the two images, right? So the sharpen blur just creates a little bit of a softer feel for this while retaining the information. Then we have the lens effects. So if I enable bloom and glare, I will see that actually that doesn't catch. Okay, if by default lens effects don't catch any highlights, that means the highlights in the scene are too weak, and we need to increase the tolerance or decrease the tolerance for catching the highlights. So to do that, we find, where is it? Threshold. There we go. The threshold setting, and we decrease it. So instead of 1, let's do half of it. 0.5. Let's do 0.33. You can see that the sky is interacting with this, and that means that maybe the intensity is too low. So let's try increasing the intensity so that the bloom, there we go. Now you can clearly see like bloom happening around these spotlights as well as here. Like this feels like it's glowing. Let me turn this off. This is without, this is with, right? So now I feel like intensity is too much. I will reduce it. Something like this. The threshold is too much. I will reduce it to, sorry, I'll increase it to 0.4 maybe. Maybe 0.5. Back to 0.4. It's a lot of kind of playing around, right? The size maybe a little bit smaller in size. Yeah, something like that. So you don't want it to be very active, you just want it to be there, right? Then to get this anamorphic lens effect, we kind of, I mean, it's not the correct way, but it works. I introduce lens scratches to the whole bloom glare thing, lens scratches. And you can see that how now it's kind of stretched out vertically. So what we need to do is we need to rotate 90 degrees. And then it becomes horizontal, right? Something like that. That seems okay. That actually in this case looks like a bad Photoshop, so I'm going to turn off lens scratches for this particular image. This is much better. Let's not. So again, no, absolutely zero typical settings. You just play around with this until it kind of works. Lens dust, obstacle image, filter image, you don't need any of these. You basically just work with threshold, you work with size intensity, and you work with lens scratches, right? So once lens effects are done, we can take a look at the display correction itself. Here you have your exposure, where you can change, you know, it to a brighter or darker image. I'm gonna keep it at 1, or sorry, at 0 here. And instead I'm going to add a little bit more of a, let's say, a modifier that controls the brightness and contrast a bit better. So here I'm going to create a new layer, and here I will find, where is it, exposure. There we go, exposure layer. I create this, and the exposure layer, I basically just need to play around with this until you see like a good enough value. You can also play around with contrast here, so increasing the or decreasing the contrast and whatnot. Maybe I will increase the contrast just a little bit, 0.0 or 0.1. For contrast, the exposure, actually the exposure is pretty close to what I want, so I'm gonna have minus 0.1. And highlight burn, this is it flattens out the image if you decrease the highlight burn, so I tend to decrease it just a little bit so that the bright spots, for instance here, let me completely reduce it. See, the bright spots are not too bright, but they're not too flat as well. Something like 0.8. There we go. And this is starting to look fine. Now let's add one more layer. We can do white balance for this. So for white balance you can change the temperature, so make it warmer, make it colder, whichever you want. I will make it a little bit warmer than what it is. And for the tint you can either go magenta or green, so either towards purple or towards green. So I'll just make it just ever so slightly more green, like almost nothing, right? This is without color balance or white balance, this is with, right? Very slight adjustments. I believe in terms of the basic, yeah, you can also go for color balance. I guess that's gonna be the last basic adjustment that I will show you. So color balance, if you do that, then you have separate settings for shadows, how red, how green, how blue they are, for midtones, and for highlights. So for instance, if I want my highlights to be a little bit more red, or much more red, right? A little bit more red and a little bit more yellow, I just kind of create this angle, right? Then my midtones, if I want them to be a little bit towards green, I just amp up the green. And my shadows, if I want those to be red as well, I can make them red, like that. And then maybe a bit more yellow. Careful with the shadows, by the way. Most of the portion of the scene gets registered as a shadow, so as you can see, it's really reactive, right? So this is before, this is after. And that's it. Okay, enough of adding stuff. You know, the more you Photoshop this or filters you add, the less accurate it's going to be. So let's not. Okay, once it's done, then you file, save, current channel, and let's just create a new folder, call it, I think this is ext2, and I will be saving it as a JPEG. If you save it as a PNG, typically it doesn't save the background unless you're using the light dome, then it's going to save the background. If you're just using the environment, the background is going to be empty, but we are using the light dome, so it doesn't matter. We save it as a JPEG. 1 second, I need to think. Let's just call it color, ext or beauty ext beauty pass. There we go. And we have one more pass that we need to save, so I'm just going to use zdep here, right? I don't like that at all. Like that white, those white portions, we will need to trim those away. I will show you actually how to do that. That's not going to be that big of a deal. So we save this, save current channel. Let's try saving it as a PNG in hopes that this will be trimmed away automatically. ext2 zdep. There we go. Once that is done, now it's time to just open up Photoshop and do some adjustments in Photoshop. But before I do that, I will kind of go just through my other renders and make adjustments to them. So I'll do another time lapse for this. Okay, so now we're in Photoshop. I have saved the files as separate images, of course. And now, as we're in Photoshop, we'll be, adding the final small touches to them. So here I have my beauty pass, a few adjustments here and there, but this seems to be doing okay. Let's see. Yeah, that the levels seem to be good. It's a little bit on the darker side. There aren't as many. So this is the distribution of the pixels. I can see that there's a large kind of area of quite dark pixels. Then there are not a lot of midtones, and then there's a large area of bright pixels. Let's have it something like that. So I've just brightened up the bright pixels. Okay, now how do you add fog with ZDepth map? Well, you Control A, you cut it, Control X, and you paste it into your main file, right? So now I have a layer for fog. I will Control I to invert it, and you will notice that something is weird. And it's these areas right here. These areas are problematic. I need to fix them. How do I do that? Well, I need to go for select. And these happen because of the already existing fog in Vray, the aerial perspective fog that we have created. That's fine, we will fix this. Select color range. I don't see what I have to select, please. None, selection preview none. And I just click on this black color right here. Then if I say that my selection should be previewed as grayscale, now I can clearly see, what is going to be selected in white, and I can just increase its fuzziness. Well, not that much, just increase its fuzziness so that I am sure that I'm selecting all of these bits and pieces. Once that is done, now I have successfully selected at least a portion of this. I can still see that there's, that is a that's not good. That area is not good. I need to select a little bit more. So let me try this again. File, or not file, select color range. Okay, let's go back to none, and just holding down the shift key, I'm clicking on more objects here. Now you can see that the building is going to be selected as well, right, which is not good. That means I need to decrease the fuzziness, hopefully. No, the building is still being selected. Oh my god, this is a little bit annoying. That's fine. Okay, now we're picking up a little bit more steam here, but too much of this crap is being selected. So I'm just going to, with the polygonal lasso tool, I'm going to unselect the bits here. So this one goes away. Then with this one we need to be a little bit more careful. There we go. And yeah, I don't care about that area right there, so that's fine. It's mostly like these islands that I care about. They will be very much in your face. So once this is done, I will just, well, first of all, I'll create a new layer and I'll just Shift F5 and fill it in just to get that mask in there for future use. And besides that mask here, I will color in these islands with, this kind of a gray color here. So let's just say perhaps something like that, the brightest color that you can find. And just B for brush, just color it in, or Shift F5, enter. That works as well. Just make sure that you're in the correct layer. It's not going to be pretty, Oh, you can also do this. So while you still have this selected, you can go for select, grow selection. Where is it? Grow. There we go. Makes it bigger. So maybe you will get a little bit more of that border in. Let's try this again. Grow selection. Now it's a little bit too big. Maybe it's still fine. No, not great. Okay, so let's not do that. Okay, so with this done, it's not perfect, but it's a little bit better. Now I can use the z-depth map as my shadow map, or not shadow, fog map. So I need to invert it. To do that, I Control I to invert, or wait, I already did that, didn't I? Yes, I did it like a moron. So Control I back to this. Basically, the stuff in the background needs to be light, while the stuff in the foreground is dark. You apply screen on this, so it's being screened, and thus you get the fog. As easy as that, right? And then with levels, you can control how far or how intense the fog is, or how far does the fog go, where does the fog start. Very simple, very easy to use. So I'm gonna be using it like something like that. Yeah, that should be fine. Do I still want those? Now when the fog is here, I kind of like it, and I don't really mind the bright areas there, so I'm gonna keep them actually. But one thing that I want to get rid of is the top area, because now we're losing the light, or sorry, the sky, right? We had some nice clouds here, so I don't want to lose those. I will just create a gradient from this kind of a, let's go for black, sure, why not, let's go for black, and just draw a gradient down, like that, easy, clouds are back, right? So initially what we're doing is we're just creating this gradient here for the z-depth map, right? And with that gradient, we're controlling screen, we're controlling the height of the fog, right? So we're trimming away all of the bright pixels that are brightening up the scene. I feel like the fog is a little bit too intense, a little bit too much, so I'm going to tone it down just slightly, maybe 66%, something like that. Great, now we have our scene almost done. I tend to lift the darkest shadows a bit of my initial image, so Ctrl L, and output levels, I tend to just have this a little bit brighter, like 4 or at 5, so that the pure blacks are not completely black. This helps when you are printing out your images with an inkjet printer. Because inkjet printers tend to darken the images as they're being printed, oversaturate them. So if you lift the dark colors before you print them out, then it kind of counterbalances that. I think we are done. We are done with this image. Shall I do another one? Let's. I'm now gonna do a much faster one with the exterior one, right? Just to solidify it, and then we're gonna kind of have finishing remarks. So again, this, I do levels, I bring them in just to get kind of a well-balanced image, because it was a little bit too dark. Then I bring up the shadows to 5, get the z-depth, invert the z-depth, screen the z-depth to get the fog in. That actually looks pretty good, but I still want to create a little bit of a kind of nice contrast here in the top, maybe even more. I can kind of see, yeah, that's not good, because I can kind of see the edge there, so I'm going to make it even lower, like that. Yeah, I think that's better. And opacity probably 75, something like that. Oh, even less, 66 again. Yeah, 66 seems to be working quite well. And this long boy, I kind of wanted to have a little bit of a oomph on the sides, because anamorphic lenses tend to darken the sides a little bit more, even though we have vignetting. So I'm gonna create a new layer, and I'm just gonna give it like gradient here, a gradient here, so that the focal area is much more towards here, and for that I will create soft light overlay, soft light, how are these called? Um, blending modes. So soft light blending mode for this layer with opacity of probably like 33, right? Yeah, just a little bit darker. Maybe we do that for this one as well. Don't need that. Just like that, hit that. Oops, definitely not on the main layer though. Don't do that. Bam, bam. Actually, yeah, bam. To focus in that as well. Soft light, something like this, and of course definitely not 100%, closer to 33, maybe 25. Yeah, this gives it a little bit more three-dimensionality. I think that works. I think that is it. That's it with our images. Let me get the last two ones in here, and let me just talk about what we have accomplished in a short time that we have. In terms of the workflow with Rhino and Vray, the workflow is a little bit slower than with other real-time render engines, that's for sure, but the possible quality that you can achieve is much greater, right? So it's a trade-off that you get. All of these images I would consider are at around 90% of being done, or within the 90% of being done. So there is still adjustments that you should make. And oh, sorry, rule of thumb, important rule of thumb. 90% done means 10% left, but that doesn't mean 10% of time left. Usually you spend the same amount of time doing the last 10% as you would spend doing the first 90%. That's for everything, for architecture, for design, for rendering as well, right? So I would say in terms of time, we're halfway there, or I would be halfway there. In terms of quality, it's 90% there, right? It's usually much harder to reach the 95 or 99%. You never reach 100%, it's impossible, right? That's a utopic ideal. So what would be the next steps to get this going a little bit better, to get the image a little bit nicer? Well, for instance, here, I feel like that this area right here is a little bit over darkened. So I would like to get in here, and these spotlights, even though they are still just emissive, I would like to shine some light here on the roof, to kind of have bounce light that fills this space and makes this whole area a little bit brighter, just slightly. With that being said, I would counterbalance it with a little bit harder reflection and perhaps even a tint on the windows of this building, because the windows would most definitely have a little bit more reflection with a darker interior like this, right? Then in terms of the exterior, we're almost there. I would indeed fix the horizon line here and perhaps increase the visual interest of these areas. The main thing is that in Vray, the Vray asset editor, the trees and whatnot, even though they are quite good for that 90% quality, right? They are not even close to being professional grade trees or assets, right? Because the trunk, for instance, this is not good. The trunk is pretty bad compared to the scanned object. Or if we look at this bonsai tree right here, it's a little bit too plasticky, right? It's a little bit, yeah, the roots, the way the roots interact with the pot and so on. It's the quality of the assets of the default Vray library can't reach, in my opinion, above 95%. It can be better with the light and so on. It can be better than what we are observing here, but it can never reach very high levels. For that, you would need Quixels, or you would need custom-made assets that you actually buy. Not to say that there are no assets that look great in V-Ray. For instance, this area right here, I would consider to be within the 95%, right? Of believability, of quality, right? The throw there is a little bit, but that doesn't really matter, right? That hovering part, that doesn't really matter as much. This looks natural, this looks believable, right? But then we look at the tree and that doesn't. I would fix the textures. I would fix numerous things about this, right? So for instance, the spotlight, oops, yoink. The spotlight here, right? We have the plate for the spotlight, but we don't really see where it's hitting from. So that's would be an important visual kind of indicator of this little. Let me actually do it. Oop. This little indication that we do indeed something like that, right? That we do indeed have a spotlight right there that's shining, right? And an LED filter, blur, Gaussian blur, 2 pixel blur, just to make it glow. So stuff like that, right? Stuff like that brings the renders to another level, but since we're dealing with beginner level course, I think these are sufficient. I think these are great for a beginner level course. Right. Hope you have enjoyed this. All of the files available for Patreon supporters. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Later.